we are going to be starting in a minute. I'm just going to give a quick overview about a couple logistic things. So we have some people I'm hearing in Central Time, some people in Eastern Time. I think do we have anyone not in those two time zones?
How about Pacific?
Are you in Pacific Time?
I sure am. 6 a.m.
Wow. Well, thank you for joining us. Your lunch break is going to be not as desirable time then, because I think you're the minority.
Go for a walk.
Thank you very much for joining us so early. Anyone else from Pacific or Mountain?
If I'm mentally on island time, does that count?
Maybe. So, okay. So in that case, usually we would split the day right in half for a lunch break, which would be 12 to 1 Eastern, 11 to 12 Central, and 9 to 10 Pacific. So I think I'm still going to target that, but I will say right now, if you all would want it to be different, send a message in the chat, let us know. And if, especially our Pacific time friend, if you need to eat your lunch on the side, feel free to do that during the class. I have the rest of my oat drink, breakfast, and water with me, so don't feel bad about that sort of thing. Also, speaking of that, we will be taking bathroom breaks. So we'll do about an hour and a half and take a break somewhere in that time frame for 10 to 15 minutes, and then another hour and a half, take our lunch break, and then the same will happen in the afternoon. Are there any questions about the timing or logistics of the day?
No.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I want to get everyone started with a little bit more logistics for our setup for the day. We are using this content all day. Everything that we get to, you can get to from this content. Let me post this link in the chat. I first want you to go to that link and make sure you can get to it. If not, we have another deployment, so please test it out really quickly for me. Also, if you fancy other colors, you can customize it to be whatever you want. So if you like dark theme or other colors, go ahead. I just happen to like this theme. Awesome. Thanks, Joseph. Great. Thanks, Justin.
It's appropriate because it's Halloween.
It is, yeah. That's very true. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to set up, awesome, good to see. If anyone has trouble with that link, let us know in the chat, or feel free to come off of mute. We are happy to do that here. Awesome, we're getting a lot of thumbs up. That's great. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the setup for our lab environment. We will have a hands-on portion of and different activities we're going to be doing hands-on throughout this class, and we want to make sure that everyone has that set up, even though we are not going to use it right away. It's just easier for us to logistically set that up right now. So from your first, let me actually ask real quick, did anyone already read those directions going to to hear the development lab and set up your code space environment for GitHub?
Hey, Emily, this is Josh.
Yep.
Would we have to do that again if we did that in a previous training?
So you can follow the same steps. You should already have your fork of the repository. So there's a couple steps you'll do. So you can just follow along with me and follow along with me, and there's just a couple steps you can skip, but thanks, Josh. Yeah. Looks like some people are having audio issues and not able to see the screen. Tony and Nick. I think because we do have some people who can see the screen and can hear, my guess is that it's on your end, not ours.
Are you joining Zoom via the web?
Oh, they can't hear us, so they wouldn't know.
Does the chat work?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so
That's how we know.
I'm thinking, you know, if they're doing Zoom via the web, they probably had to give permission for video and microphone when they, you know, started the Zoom app.
Okay,
On the-
do you mind, Aaron, do you mind messaging Tony in the chat for that? Because he won't be able to hear you, but Nick is able to hear now.
Yeah, I don't have any. I'm on my phone at the moment. I'll be able
Okay.
to hear too.
Will, do you mind messaging? Okay, awesome. So if anyone set up the development lab, okay, we do have some people who would have set it up in advance. So there is going to be one step we'll go through for you. But I want everyone to follow along, whether you've done it in the past or not, and then I'll make a note of some changes depending on your situation. So everyone from the home training page, whatever color yours may be, we're going to click the Go to the Development Lab button. Go to the Development Lab. If at any point you miss a step or you fall behind, please just take yourself off of mute or post in the chat, because the steps that you're going to take to be able to use the lab and the steps later on that you're going to do hands-on, we don't want you to miss any steps because things add to each other. So if you miss a step, please let us know. This instruction page, especially if you're doing this for the first time, is pretty straightforward. So if you want to right now, you can read using the lab and follow these steps and you will be good to go. I'm going to go through them, but if you want to just, you know, take a minute on your own and read it and go through it, that's completely fine. And then when you're done, you can post in the chat if you finish before me. Okay, so we have on GitHub MITRE staff training lab environment. The first thing I want you to do is check the upper right corner right here. This is my little user name picture, and this is my GitHub user account. So this means I am currently logged into GitHub. If you are not logged into GitHub, I need you to log into GitHub. If you do not remember your login to GitHub or do not have a login to GitHub, I need you to quickly sign up for GitHub. It's you're just using it for this training. It's free. It's not going to send you emails. It's not going to charge you money. So
Wait, we're not charging the money for this?
no.
Ah, man, there goes my vacation.
So make sure that you are logged in
Uh,
to GitHub.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm behind.
Mhm.
And is any way you can just from here. I
Yeah.
only have one screen I'm trying to play with.
Yeah. If you only have one screen, I recommend you can either do a half and half screen and make our Zoom meeting small, or I recommend that you read the directions and not watch me, and then you can ask if you have questions. So I just sent the link again. That's to our class content, Malik. And
Yes.
so from that class content page, you click go to the development lab button. Are you able to
Okay.
see this? That will open a new tab for you. That's a GitHub repository. And I want you to make sure you're logged into GitHub, which you can confirm if you see your user logged in the top right corner. Some
Yes,
people are
yes,
logging,
I'm there.
signing up. It might take a minute. I appreciate your comments in the chat because that helps me know how far along you are. Usually, you know, in our past lives and in-person classes, it was easy to know, but now it's helpful for me when you're posting in the chat. Oh, okay, great. Tony, I'm glad you are able to hear us now. Like I said, if you are already logged in, you have this, go ahead and follow these steps at your own pace, but I'm kind of tracking the general crowd, so I'm gonna go a little slower. Can you give me a thumbs up reaction if you are logged in to GitHub and you're in the same place as me? Cool. Awesome. Okay. I have a lot of thumbs up. I'm going to move on. If you have issues with this, just send a message in the chat and we'll help you. So from using the lab section, here's the step that's a little bit different if you already have done this before. So for those who have not done this before, you're going to follow these steps. This is the link to where you are right now, so you're already there. At the top of this page, you're going to click the green button, use this template, and you're going to click create a new repository. If you've done this before, just pause for a moment. We'll get to you in a second. You could do this and make a new one, but you might already have one, so we can do that with your existing one. When you click the green use this template button and then create a new repository, you want to make sure the owner is your GitHub username account. And then you want to make the repository name. I highly, highly, highly recommend, just for ease and consistency in our class, that you name this the same thing that the repository is named. So it's SAF-training-lab-environment. If you make a typo, it may make it a little more confusing later on when you're trying to copy some of the commands. So if I go back to the README, it has this written here, and you can copy this if you want and just paste it. So I recommend using this name, SAF-training-lab-environment. Like I said, all these steps are pretty straightforward if you're following along on your own. Use this template, create a new repository. Here, I'm the owner, and I put SAF-training-lab-environment. I have an error because I already have this repository. So if you already have this, like I said, we'll go over a step real quick. You don't have to do this step. I've made this public. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Tony. So it's fine to have public. That's what we usually do.
Oh yeah, I was answering that MITRE has made all of this public and open source under Apache 2, but your own repo, yeah, Emily's 100% right. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
And
your repo.
Can we just speak to a little bit to why we're using the code space for this? Like, why are we walking through the process to stand up the lab environment in GitHub?
Yeah,
Doesn't
you can go ahead and share, Will.
Yeah, so the reason that we're doing this is because it gives us a repeatable test lab environment. So when you create a new repository off of this template, you are getting a copy of all of the test lab code that is under your control on GitHub. So you can modify it however you want, and it won't modify the original template that we use for the class. So we are basically getting you started with the code for a lab environment, but leaving you in control of your own testing lab resources. So that's why we're having you walk through a little bit of pain up front to get this stuff deployed.
That's a good point. I want to make two other points related to that. So one is everything that we're doing in this code space environment, you can also do on local machine, on other machines, and so on and so forth. for our training purposes, it's just easier that we know what's installed, what can be installed. It's a controlled environment that's repeatable for all participants. So, you know, we're gonna run inspect scans in our code space environment. You can run inspect scans on whatever machine you want to if you have inspect there. So, so it's not special to this environment. It's just that we're using it for ease of the training class. The main Ruby extension is failing for some reason. It's an old one or something. That's okay. Don't worry about it, Joseph. So the other one thing I want to mention about us using this code space environment and the way we're doing it right now is that everyone has the way GitHub has done it. Every GitHub user has a certain allotment of free code space time. And that's why we can all just easily do this from our own repository. I'll show you later how to stop your code space to make sure you're not using it when you don't want to. Okay, so if you've probably moved on, hopefully, because the directions are straightforward, but you can create repository here. I cannot because I already have one. So for those who already have one, I'm going to show you how you can get to yours. So from the main GitHub repository for the staff training lab environment, at the top, we have a fork button where you see all the forks. Hopefully, if you press this little button, that's a down button, you can see your own existing fork. So you can click on this here. Alternatively, you could also go to your own account and click on your own name and then go to your repositories and find it there. So there's two ways to do that. Once I go to this, I want the people who have already had this existing before, I want you to sync the fork so that you have all the latest from the MITRE repository. So if you click this sync fork, you should only have, I don't think you should have any extra commits on yours, but all you want to do is press this green update branch button. That way you have all of the changes and the latest from the MITRE repository. Christopher's always teaching me things I don't know, so that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. Cool. Do those who already have their fork that you've created before, are you good with that? Thumbs up for me if you're good.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm having issue using only one screen. Is there any way I can use my personal laptop for the GitHub lab?
Yes. Yep. That's fine.
Then I'm gonna connect on it and try to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can join from whatever works. If you
Benefits
don't,
of open source projects. Any of this stuff can be accessed from a personal laptop. You don't need to be on your government machine.
But you
David,
can-
can you clarify your question a little bit?
Yeah, like when I go to fork there, it says 0. I mean, I see the SAF training lab environment.
So yeah, David, I was just doing that step for people who have already created a fork before. There are some people that have taken previous trainings from the SAF and they've already done this step. If you do not have a fork, I want you to go to the main SAF training lab environment, click the green use this template, and then click create a new repository and follow the steps that we were going over in the top of this README under using the lab. It's written there, or I can also show you again. Does that make sense, David?
No, I mean, I was following the steps and I don't have a fork. I was following along as you were going. That's why.
Okay, so did you clicked create a new repository? You have your own GitHub name here. You put the repository name, and then did you click create repository?
Yeah, and when I go to my profile picture, I click your repositories. I see it in there. I click on it, it opens up to the page, but it says 0 in the fork. So I'm just not sure.
I think if you
Oh.
don't have any existing, if you only have one, you don't get a choice of something else. So I think it's showing 0 in the fork because mine's the same way.
Okay, okay.
That little fork, it shows 0, but it's probably because I don't have a second one.
Do you, in the top, when you see the fork 0 in the top up here, does it say your username on the left? Okay, so
Yeah.
the-
See,
these-
see where you
these-
have edit, see where you have edit pins, watch, and fork, and yours says fork 43.
yeah,
Ours says fork 0.
yeah, so
That
that
means
makes,
that 40 people have forked this repo
Right.
at present.
so 40 people have forked the MITRE repo. 0 people have forked your repo. You are a fork of the MITRE repo. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, you should have 0 on yours. This number, if I refresh, probably is going to go up. Now we have 45 because you guys are creating forks from this repository. Your repository, I could go to your repository and try to fork it, but why would I do that? I'm going to come from this one. So no, that makes total sense. You should have 0 on yours. If you look at the top here, you should see your own name if you have already done your own fork. So the reason we fork it is because if all of us created our code space off of the MITRE one, we're more limited in our bandwidth. If everyone creates their own repository, as basically a fork is basically a copy. So if everyone has their own repository and then creates their code space, they don't have the same bandwidth restraints because we're not all doing it under the MITRE organization. We're doing it under individual users, which is free. So that's why we're doing it that way. Okay.
Sorry, but quick follow-up on that.
Uh-huh.
So after following those steps, just like Milton, I went back to the MITRE instance of the staff training lab environment and
Okay.
hit a drop down for the existing forks, and it says you don't have any forks of this repository. And likewise, I don't see in my own repository that I copied from this any option to sync.
You don't probably have an option to sync if it's up to date because you just created it. Mine
Okay.
was not up to date. You can go to your fork and continue on with the instructions. And if you have issues, let me know in a few minutes, okay?
That'd be-
If you just created it, you're already in sync.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Okay, so now let's look at our own repository. So I'm gonna go back. I'm getting to mine this way, but as long as you see your little username here, staff training lab environment, you're in the right place. So this is our copy of the MITRE repository. And I have the same instructions here because it's all a copy. So from here, I'm going to click the green code button. I'm gonna let you take some of the questions in the chat. I'm gonna click
Yeah.
the green code button. Go over to code spaces and create code space on main. So that's the instructions, but now I'm going to show you. So from this top green code button, I have 2 tabs here. I'm going to look at the code. Let me see. Yeah, code spaces and create a code space on main. Oh, I already have one. Let me check. Yeah, I think I technically already have one. So, but yours, we can just do another one. So I'm going to create a code space on main here. Yours might be a green button if you've never done it before, or you can press the plus button. And then this is your lab environment. Okay, this is just a web version with VS Code running. So if you're familiar with VS Code, then that's what this is. If you're not, you'll have a file structure over here. You can edit files in the top, and in the bottom, we're going to use the terminal. Awesome. Thanks, Johnny. So I'm going to pause here. Give me a thumbs up if you have reached the point where I am. Great. Awesome. Okay, so again, speak up if you have questions. But what we're gonna do now, I'm just following along in the instructions here. So if you ever get lost, you can go back and do the same thing. This is what it looks like. You can install the extensions. The Ruby one is, I don't know, it's old or it's different or something. I was looking at it yesterday too. It's grayed out. But you can, I do want you to do is install this Docker extension. This one's kind of optional, but you can do prettier. So what we do, you see this button here, we're going to click that. So in our code space environment, we're going to click on this left icon here, extensions. And we're going to search for Docker. And we're going to install. Also, we're going to add this one. It might make our things look nice. So we're going to install this extension.
I'm sorry, I was looking for Docker. What was the other one? The other extension?
The other one we're installing is called Prettier.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, once you have your extensions, we're going to run this little script that sets up our lab environment with certain dependencies and gets some targets running for us. So you can copy and paste from, actually, I'm just going to put these side by side so you guys can see my thing at the same time. You can copy and paste the directions from the README. So in step 10, we're running this command. I can exit out of this pop-up that came up when you did the extensions. And then the bottom, like I said here, the bottom's your terminal. So this is in the bottom section, that's where we're going to be running commands. So you should see your username and your current path. This should be, if you named it when I named it, we should have it the same. So workspaces, staff-training-lab-environment. And now I'm going to run the script. This script is doing a couple things, but namely they are creating 2 targets that we're going to test during the class. So this basically gives us, something to run scans against and look at security results. So obviously my command is still running. Once my command is done, though, we also have a script that is called verify lab, and this one will make sure that everything was set up successfully, and you can give, if you have the results that look like the bottom section, then that means you are good to go.
Sorry, I just create my repo on my personal laptop.
Do you see, Malik, do you see the instructions on your repo that we've been going through in this README?
Yes,
under
I
using
see.
the lab?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So after you've created your repo, you're going to be on step 5. So if you want to follow along if you want to read through and follow the instructions from step 5, and let us know if you have any issues.
Okay.
Okay, now that I've done my lab setup, I'm just going to run my verify script to make sure everything is good to go. Another thing your setup script did is it downloaded a couple dependencies. So it downloaded inspec, which we're going to use for security scanning, and it also downloaded our SAF CLI tool, which we'll get into later, that we're going to use for a couple different utility functions. So if you've made it to this point, then you're good to go. You're in the clear. One thing I want to note in this section of the README, if you haven't already seen this, is when I was talking about you don't need the Ruby extension, Tony, that's fine. It's kind of grayed out, and for some, maybe there's an updated one, but we're not really going to do that right now. If you go to the developer classes, we'll figure out which extensions we want to put in at that time. So we'll probably install some of the Ruby extensions for the developer classes. So I mentioned earlier that GitHub has some free use of code spaces. If anyone exceeds their code space usage or anything, we can either we can kind of address that. So just let us know, but we can put you, potentially under the MITRE group or whatever. But anyway, when I wrote this maybe 6 months ago, it was the policy was that there was this 120 core hours, and so we might have 8 or 16 or whatever, I don't know exactly, depending on the way your code space is set up. But long and short is, when you're not using your code space, you can manually stop it if you want to. It will time out on its own if you don't touch it for a while. But if you go to this link, it's just github.com/codespaces, and you're logged in, then you can see your code spaces on the side. I have two just because I had one before, and this one you can see was last used 11 hours ago. So this one stopped, but this one is active right here. If you want to, you can stop it while you're not using it. This is not going to reset the things you just did. Like when you restart your code space, you do not have to do your setup script again. You don't have to do those things. Unless I'll talk about this in just a second, but you already have your things installed. If you added a file, your file is going to be there. So the state is the same. So I can stop my code space. And then if I stop my code space, it's going to change and say code space is stopped. If it stops because you did stop it, or it stops because you timed out and you need to go back and use it, that's fine. You can just go back here and click restart code space. It doesn't take very long. And then the one thing I do want to show you, I may not have actually installed my Docker extension. It does take a second to come back up. From verified, Deanna, you're good to go with your code space. I'm just giving more context and information, so you can just listen for this part. You don't have to do any steps. Oh yeah, okay. So here's the one thing: if you stop your code space, or if you let it sit for a long time, your targets may be stopped as well. The targets that we're going to run our scans against. So if I go to my Docker extension, it's also probably loading and maybe taking a minute. Oh, I see. If you go to the README, Diana, it should be, you can copy and paste it from the README, if that's what you're asking. On step 8. So that's the command. So if you don't have your targets running, that's where you can redo your the step here, and you can either just run the script, or you can copy this here if you forget. You can run your setup again, and that will just make sure that you have your targets running. So now you can see I have my 2 targets that we're going to be looking at. We can review this later on when it comes up. I just wanted to give you a preview. You do not have to stop your code spaces right now. You can leave it running, but it probably will time out at least during your lunch break and that sort of thing. Or you can manually stop it when you're not using it if you want to. In that case, like I said, if you need your containers running again, just run your lab setup script again, and it'll restart your containers. Okay, that was a lot of logistics. That's the not fun part of the class. Are there any questions for me?
I don't know what you mean. I'm exhilarated.
Good. The other next thing that you get to experience is your first Zoom poll. So we will be doing several Zoom polls throughout the class. This is your first one to tell me that you are set up and good to go. I'm not sure what your first name is, Kay Williams, but is Kevin, thanks. Kevin, do you have the Docker extension option on the left? Do you have it? Maybe it's already installed. That could be perhaps why. Do you see it on the left of your code space?
This is Kevin. I do not see it listed.
Okay.
But under extensions, it's listed there, but it's grayed out. Along with Prettier is also grayed out. The only ones I worked ahead, the only ones I have are Ruby that are
That's
seem
so
to be
interesting
active.
because most of us had the opposite experience. I will do
So when you search, does it come up? So like these are activated, right?
actually, I wonder if you can try what Christopher posted earlier.
Okay.
Let me go. I'm gonna repost what Christopher posted. So maybe try doing this and seeing if that works for you.
Okay, I'll try that.
A note on that, if you notice I had a subsequent post, I mistyped the Docker one. It should be ms-azure tools .vs code -docker.
Maybe you just want to repost the command that's working that you've validated.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you mind? I
Stand
don't
by.
want to type it wrong from what you said, Christopher.
There you go.
Thank you.
You know what you'd call it, the telephone typing game? I don't know, but that always happened.
I've got one student saying that they just never received the registration email from GitHub, even after jumping to a different device and a different network. 2 different emails, one a personal one, so it's not like a government network getting in the way.
Okay. I think there's a link on GitHub registration instructions. Let's see real quick. I thought I had it somewhere, but I think it's in a separate. I think it's in a separate document that I had. So I'm wondering if there would be some FAQs here they could look at.
Maybe verifying your email address. Is there some other process we could use for that? Oh, that's if you've already
different.
logged in. Wait, I think down there it said unable to send verification email.
In that link I was just in.
Yes. Let's see, verify. Yeah, but a little bit further down. Just making sure. Unable to send verification email. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's for like you can't use a no reply as a verification email.
What I'm going to ask is that so one of the reasons we set this up in advance is that we don't need it until later in the class. So I'm going to see, Will, if you can kind of troubleshoot that a little bit on a sidebar. And then if we need to, we can work on it during the break prior to our use of this.
Yeah, and we could also maybe help you look at it over lunch a little bit.
Yeah. But thank you for letting us know. Okay, so it looks like we have 3 people that still need help. I'm assuming one of those people is, actually, we have others that haven't responded to the poll. So there's a Zoom poll. If you can answer if you're good or not, that would be great. So I have 3 people that need help. Do we already know who you are? Who are the ones that need help?
I've had one DM, which is the issue I was talking about.
Okay. Okay, Richard, what's the issue you're facing? Just let us know. I see.
Okay. Richard, I'm gonna
Okay, you can hear us, Richard, but you can't, you don't have a microphone?
it might help you to be able to just call in on a telephone to the Zoom call. I'll send you the
Yeah,
invite on that
or
real
if
quick.
not, then we can do some chat messages. Okay, David's not seeing the Docker extension. So, okay, we have some extension issues, we have one registration issue, and then Richard is having some issue. So if you are having any of those issues, can you make sure that you send what your issue is in the chat? And like I said, we're going to, it looks like we have a good number of folks who are good to go, and we can kind of continue to address issues in the break.
Yeah, I do have some issue. I think I joined late, so I didn't know when the training started, so I was unable to start with the whole I didn't start with the session. So I was just, looking at the way you guys are doing it. So I don't know if there's going to be another session for me to be able to.
Sorry, can you say that?
Yes, I said I joined late, so I was not at the beginning of the section. So
Okay, so you need to start from the beginning.
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna send the link here. And
Okay.
so what you do, Clement, you need to go to the link I just sent,
Okay.
click this go to the development lab button. Scroll down to this using the lab section.
Okay.
And follow the instructions. If you have any questions or issues, just let us know in the chat. You go to using the lab. And if you want to, Clement, you could wait until the first break to do this if you want to. If you
Did you send the link to my private chat or what?
I sent it to everyone in the Zoom chat.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I know we still have a couple issues outstanding. Like I said, we're gonna pause for now and move on for now. We'll be using the code space later on. So if you do have issues, feel free to send it to everyone in the chat, or you can message Will or Aaron for additional help. And we will be using the code space lab environment later on in the class. Okay. So that's a good segue. I just sent the link in the chat back to the SAF training class content if you did not already have it. So from this training page has content for several classes. Today we'll be covering the content for the user class. So this is MITRE SAF Training Security Automation Framework is what the what SAF stands for. And this class is centered around how to use different things available in the SAF. We already did we did a lot of our logistics and everything, but I'm going to just introduce myself really quickly. I'm Emily Rodriguez, part of the MITRE SAF team, and we have Aaron and Will with us, and we'll be here throughout the day. Aaron, do you want to introduce yourself real quickly?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe the class wanted to do a quick hi and hello. So hi and hello. My name is Aaron Lippold. I am the chief engineer and creator of the Security Automation Framework here at MITRE. A former researcher with NCSA and then Defense Department Fed for many years. And now I'm here at MITRE helping lead security automation and the capability areas around that. So thank you so much for joining, and hope you have a great class.
Thanks, Aaron. Will, do you want to introduce yourself?
No, but I'll do it anyway. Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Will Dower. I'm one of the MITRE SAF engineers. Worn quite a few hats as part of this team over the last couple of years, both writing automated validation content to add to the SAF's open source libraries, as well as interfacing with various sponsors, among them the Air Force, a couple of Air Force projects, and a few civilian agencies to instruct them on how to implement the tool sets we develop for automation. Happy to be here with you all, and I hope we have a good course.
Thanks, both of you. We are going to jump in and click the SAF user class button, and I'll give you all a chance to introduce yourselves in just a moment after we do a quick warm up. So just as a overview, like I just mentioned, the purpose of this class is to gain understanding and hands-on practical use of MITRE's Security Automation Framework, and we are going to focus a lot on the security validation and security visualization aspect, but there will be some other things we touch along the way. This will give you an overview of all of the different pillars and capabilities of the SAF. The other thing I want to mention is that at the end of this class, there will be a survey. So we are always hoping to improve and work on different things. So we want your feedback. We want to know if you felt like you learned what we said you were going to learn, and what you think we can do differently next time. So that will be, you'll have an opportunity at the end to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into a few breakout rooms. Will, are you able to help me with this? But don't click that they go there yet, but are you able to organize on the back end as I'm doing this?
Yeah, let me figure that out.
Okay, so we're going to go into breakout rooms of maximum 5 people, and I want you to kind of take inventory for a moment on what your current state is related to security, software security, security assessment, all of these things that are topics for security automation. And I want you to kind of discuss with your team. If you have absolutely zero idea what this training is going to cover, that's fine. If you have the idea of what it's going to cover, also fine. I want you to talk with your other participants in your group to kind of set the stage and see what is it, why are you taking this class? What's the context that you're in? So this will be something I want you to consider as we go along the class, because more than just here's how to run this command and here's this tool that you could use, I want you to think about how these concepts could apply for you and help you in your life. So the questions we're going to think about that I want you to talk about in your group is, what is your role in the security process of your organization? Are you an assessor, a developer? Have you never touched security in your life? What's your role? How frequently and for how much time does the software get assessed? I've heard people do assessments every 3 days. I've heard people do assessments once a quarter, once a year. What does it look like? And how long does that process take? What's the biggest challenge for maintaining and assessing software security in your context? So again, the reason I want you to talk about this is you may all be coming from different backgrounds. So some people may have very different constraints and requirements, and I want you guys to discuss those challenges, and they very much could be different. The last two are kind of bonus if you have time. So one of them is what changes would improve the software assessment in your context. Again, that could be different for different groups. And then what are you hoping to learn? So I'm going to send you to breakout rooms in just a minute. And like I said, you should have maximum of 5 people. You always have this link. So the questions are here on the page for you. You may have one of us pop in just to make sure you know what to do, but otherwise I want you all to just talk in a group, introduce yourself, and answer these questions. Are there any questions about the breakout room?
So we're just answering the questions just to each other, not having to write it down.
So that's a good point. So you're going to answer the questions together in discussion, but I would like one spokesperson from your group who can summarize and share the answers when we come back together. So one person needs to be designated as the spokesperson. You don't have to write it down, but I'm going to ask each group to share a summary when you come back.
Okay.
Can you give me a thumbs up if you are good to go? Thumbs up reaction. Awesome.
Cool. Thanks,
I'll-
everybody.
I'll give you a 1 minute warning. I think we're going to do this for about 8 minutes, depending on the group size. So I'll give you a 1 minute warning when you're in the chat before the breakout rooms will end. Will, are we looking good to go for our rooms?
Yep, I'm assigning people kind of randomly and trying to get a mix of folks from different organizations into
Awesome.
the rooms.
If you don't have a microphone, that's fine. Feel free to still participate in your group chat. When you're in your breakout room, the chat is just the people in your breakout room. We should all sing the Jeopardy song and put pressure on Will.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for you. I can hit
Oh,
open
okay.
rooms whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. We are ready to go to the rooms.
All right. Let's see. Did I assign the recording VMs anywhere? I don't think I did. Good.
You can leave the recording VMs in the main room.
Sure.
Looks like we still have a few people that didn't get to go to rooms. They might automatically go in a minute. And then I'm gonna stay in the main room, and then Will and Aaron, if you guys want to hop around, that'd be great. And you can send me a message if the timing is wrong, but I'm planning for about 8 minutes.
Okay.
So room 8 seems to have 2 students that haven't joined yet. Room 6 has. I don't see a room 7, ironically.
Because I accidentally deleted room 7 after I created it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And Matt Hancock isn't in his room, and then he joined.
Mhm.
So just a couple of people in room 8, and then I think everybody else seems to have joined. So
We still have some folks inside the main room here.
yeah, room 1 has 1 student that didn't join yet.
Yeah. To the folks who are still in this part of the call, are you having trouble joining, I think I can kick you directly into the room, but
Yeah,
that seems
just
a bit
do that
rude.
way.
So
Just,
right.
just kick them into the room. They might be away from their computer. And that way they know they're in their group. And then, yeah, if Aaron, you can just have a conversation as you please. And then Will, if you don't mind just popping into each room quickly and making sure they know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah, MSY still needs to be pushed into their room. And Matt
I
Hanson
actually-
was in his room, but then left. So I'm not sure what's going on.
I'll give him a hard time for it later. That's okay.
All right, I'm going to start joining from 8 and move up. So just so you know, Aaron, so we don't overlap. All right.
Yeah, I'll go from the top down.
Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So hopefully you've experienced these types of Zoom breakout rooms before, but if not, when I close the room, it will give you 60 seconds. So you may have seen that. That's your 1 minute warning, essentially. If you need more warnings, just let me know and I can send more in advance, but you don't have to.
I'd
Go
say
ahead.
2.5 minutes at least, because there were people talking. I don't think people noticed it. And yeah, it
Okay.
was kind of abrupt.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll give some more warnings next time, but yeah, just so you know, when it does close, you have 60 seconds until you have to, it'll automatically send you back to the main room. Hopefully you were able to at least cover a good number of the questions. And let me bring back up the breakout room real quick so I can call on people. I would like you to share have your spokesperson from your group share some of the answers that you had, kind of give us a little bit of an introduction of your group and the background and challenges that they face when it comes to software security. So do we want to start with room 1? We have a spokesperson from room 1, Brian, McDonald, Dehi, Malik, and Milton.
Yeah, so it's Milton. So we had a few different perspectives. Excuse me, for myself, I we were talking about how are you involved in security, and I perform vulnerability assessments for our sponsors. We had some folks who are responsible for ensuring the security of some MITRE systems. We're looking for better ways more efficient ways to do that, and for the development of certain systems. And then we had one person who's fairly new to MITRE and is trying to learn as much as they can about different aspects.
Very cool. And what were some of the challenges that came up if you guys talked about that?
I think one of the challenges, especially for the internal one, was the frequency of having to do different security-related functions for the systems that they're maintaining, and how much time that takes. And being able to automate some things may speed that up and allow them more time to focus on other areas.
Awesome. Thank you, Milton. I want to pause real quick and say that this is a really powerful place because we have a community of folks from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different organizations. And this is like the definition of us bringing together the security community. So I don't think one of us has all of the answers to making this perfect. And I also think each situation is going to be a little different. And what I hope that you get from this training beyond the content that we're sharing is that this is a community and we can share best practices together. So very cool. Room 2, do we have anyone that can, a spokesperson? We have Anthony, Clement, David, Kevin, Tony.
Are we sure everybody's back from the rooms?
They have to be, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we have 37 now, not 40. So I wanted to make sure we didn't lose anybody.
I had 37 in my poll count earlier, so.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't quite get through the group. We had one individual with his voice isn't feeling great, and the other one he kind of dropped out like right in the beginning of his answers and didn't come back. So Kevin Farr, I work with him at the Army Division in 212. I'm in Aberdeen. He's up in Massachusetts. But I don't think for either one of us, security automation is in our background necessarily. But due to the nature of like the software that is being developed by the team and kind of the rapid prototyping nature, we haven't had to focus necessarily on security in the past because that tended to be somebody else's problem, but it's quickly becoming our problem to kind of make sure that it's integrated into the software life cycle. So yeah, that's kind of our biggest challenges is kind of like learning about security automation because a lot of the stuff we do right now is kind of manual and it's kind of laborious to go through, a STIG checklist and things of that nature and try to assess where things are. So part of the reason why him and myself and some of the other folks from our team are taking this class is to kind of get more understanding and experience on security automation so we can integrate that stuff into our software pipelines.
Awesome.
Yeah, and like my background, I'm a system engineer, so like this isn't part of my background at all. I mean, I have a master's in cybersecurity, but that's more dealing with policy and governance and kind of risk and compliance stuff, not necessarily like in the weeds. You know, like this is way more in the weeds than I've ever gone with security stuff. So part of what I hope to learn is, you know, kind of the under the hood stuff that happens, so I can better understand what, you know, some of my folks are doing when stuff comes up, and you know, I can also help with the processes as they come up.
Awesome.
And then
Yeah.
Anthony and Clement, they're both from DCSA, Defense Security. I forget what the acronym stands for. I'm sure somebody knows, but they're not necessarily on the day-to-day implementation either. They're more of like threat analysts and evaluators, but they do have to comply with different things that come through, like cyber task orders, and you know, they have to run through playbooks and TTPs and things like that, and they have to assess vulnerabilities of their assets. But their role is more to kind of assess and evaluate and then notify other people for remediation. So I think them understanding security automation will definitely help them with their jobs as threat analysts and evaluators. And Tony, I didn't quite get to because he wasn't able to speak. But yeah, that's kind of team 2.
Cool. Thank you so much, David. And I love the diversity of the background of everybody here. I know we have people who are, you know, developers that have been hands-on keyboard for a long time. There are assessors or cybersecurity people. We have a lot of different background, but we can all come together. Like I said, learn from each other here because we have different backgrounds, and also all kind of take something away from this. So thank you so much. Room 3, Benjamin, Frank, James, Justin, Rita. Do you have a spokesperson that can share some of your thoughts?
We didn't nominate a spokesperson, but I can go.
Looks like you volunteered.
I volunteered. Yeah, so kind of actually similarly to one sec. Sorry, I just had something happen to me. Anyway, so similarly to David, I actually work with David and Dave and Kevin and the team that's there. Me and Benny are all on the same project. And exactly just like he mentioned, you know, for our team, we had me and Benny both have the same problem of we have a security, like we have not had a security focus in our product at all. Yeah, exactly, because it's not been our task, and so integrating a security framework is kind of interesting, because we had to put all these we had to consider all these things that we never had to think about before, and so kind of integrating like security on top of like something that doesn't have any sort of security concept, or might not have as much of a security concept, is going to refactor and change almost everything, right? So, and so we also had James, who is from James, actually, could you talk a little bit more about your background? Because I think you said you're from MITRE, and you did some more stuff in the cybersecurity side, but I sort of forgot to take notes about exactly what it was. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, I'm MITRE. I work up at the Fort Meade site. One of the customers that we have is looking like they deal with evaluations that are already done and conducted by like pen testing and all those people, and they're wondering like, how do we take all these results and put it into something that's more actionable and palatable? So for me, looking at SAF is more of the back end of it, because you guys have a lot of tool or report aggregations, especially at the eMaster. I think I had emailed Aaron about it earlier, maybe 2 weeks ago, but I'm really interested in see if we can essentially use the SAF tool as a way of not reinventing the wheel, to pull all these different aggregated sources and make evaluations based off of that.
It's almost like you've heard my sales pitch.
Yeah, right.
Which I want to say is not a sales pitch because you don't have to pay for any of this. But I'm going to, sorry, Justin, I'm gonna cut you off your group there, and then we want to wrap up a few of these. So let's go through each group and take maybe about a minute for each next spokesperson. So a little bit more rapid fire, but I appreciate those thoughts so far. So room 4, anything to add that you can share in about a minute from a spokesperson? Deanna, Dr. Christina, Johnny, Nick, Richard.
Yeah, we had a group, a diverse group. We have operations, system administrators, software, security validators, and system engineers. So, but I think everybody was kind of in the same boat, voicing what we've already heard, is that either we're not sure how security is being validated or implemented, or it's being done, but there's a lot of disparate tools. So what can we do to implement security in earlier into the life cycle, and then do validations on a regular basis, and consolidate data from different disparate tool sets is kind of what came out of ours.
Very cool. We're going to look at that a little bit later for what we have for that. Obviously, there's other things in the community too. And so that's great. Thank you so much, Dr. C. Room 5, Brandon, Chase, Joseph, and Stan. Can you share something in about a minute?
Yep. Hi, I'm Brandon Manso. I'm an ISSM for DSCA. In our group, we have people from MITRE and from DSCA, a couple people that I know. And just a real quick, I'm going to power through this, just a couple things. What is the biggest challenge for maintaining and assessing software security? We believe that would be the software baselines with evolving requirements and needs, and then the lifecycle replacement within the DoD. How often do we choose a software that's only good for 3 years, and then we move on to something else? The next one is what changes would improve software assessment in your context? Just a streamlined process from start to finish. And I'll end it there so we can move on.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. That's a good point. I love hearing these different opinions. Room 6, Brian, Grogan, Chris, John, and Kevin. Do you have a spokesperson to share something?
Yep, I will share here. We were very similar to other groups, very diverse. We also didn't really feel like we were fully qualified to answer 2 through 4.
That's fine.
We didn't really have much insight on that. We spent most of our time talking about our backgrounds, and then as well as what we want to get out of the course. So just some highlights from that is, so for me personally, I had never heard of SAF until 2 days ago when I saw it on the Monday email. So I'm totally new to the tool and want to know what that can do. We talked about one of our members works a lot with incident response, so they want to know how it can help with that. How we can make the assessment tools better, assessment tests better, and then how can we move the ball more effectively with STIGs? Those were kind of the things we talked about of what we wanted to get out of the course, and I'll end it there.
Nice. I think we'll definitely cover a lot of those. There's one of them that we'll have to think on, but that's awesome. Awesome. Room 8, Christopher. I have seen this username. I forget your first name. Crosby ME, Josh, and MSY. I'm not sure your first name. Do you have a spokesperson?
Hi, Emily. So we had a fairly diverse group as well. We had the DSCA folks on the call that have the ISM backgrounds, compliance backgrounds, as well as MITRE, who does some of the similar stuff that we do, but with weapon systems. Some of the challenges that came up are things that a lot of STIGs are manual. There's not a lot of automated ways of doing a lot of technologies. Just messing and changing with the correlation between STIG IDs, vulnerability IDs, and CCIs to get them accurately reported. For me personally, and I think this is a big trend with the DoD right now as well, is even knowing what software you have from an inventory standpoint to know what to even attempt to scan. Right now, a lot of the times you only scan what you know, but with COTS and GOTS using all sorts of different types of third-party softwares and libraries, it's really even hard to know if you are missing something as far as even try to automate it to begin with.
Yeah, that's something we're gonna touch on, but is something that's definitely growing of how can we expose what are essentially our sophomore bill of materials is. Thanks, Josh. So yeah, if you do, you want to rename yourself if I'm calling you something wrong, that's great. I appreciate you guys taking a minute for that. I wanted you to get to know some of the other people in the group, feel comfortable with them because, like I said, this is your classmate for the day, but also members of the security community that hopefully we can connect and learn from in the future as well. So, and it's good to hear some of your backgrounds to understand the context, both for yourself, like put in perspective what you want to learn and show us what you want to learn to make sure we're hitting your target. What I have here as our class objectives is that we are going to be able to identify and locate security guidance for a software component. Like Josh was just talking about, we have a lot of different elements in the software stack. So how can we make sure we're covering all of them and finding the right guidance? Understand the capabilities available in the main pillars of the SAP. So this is your overall objective. Do you know what it does? Can you understand the different tools? We're going to be able to define and run an inspect profile to validate a component against security guidance. So this is our scanning, our security validation. You're going to do that in practice. Visualize inspect results and third-party security tool data, and automatically export checklist results from a security assessment. These are some of the objectives. Hopefully you take these away and some more. We did this first section. I know it's kind of a long stretch in the beginning to logistically, but we're going to take our first break. And then the rest of the class is going to be more going through our actual content here. So now you have hopefully you have your code space logistically set up as we were in our break. If you need to go through that and ask us questions, feel free to send messages in the chat and we can work through that. Now you hopefully know some of your colleagues and you understand what we're going to do for the day. Before we go on our break, are there any questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to set our first break as 15 minutes just so that we can make sure everyone is good on their code spaces and also get to go to the bathroom. So I will put our timer here and we will begin promptly at the end of this time.
We really need to find a less ominous timer.
I like it.
Yeah, it looks like the end of the world timer right there.
I guess it would be good if I said like, you know, whatever happens in that amount of time so that people didn't just not know. Anyway.
Be red.
Yeah. Enjoy your.
I think we actually used to have a red one. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy your break. If, like I said, please message us if you have any issues with your code spaces. I want to try to make sure we can resolve that in this first break. Awesome.
Can I quickly get folks who are still having trouble getting to their code spaces and getting it correctly configured to DM me real quick, because I'd like to start a breakout room where we could chat.
Well, you could just start a breakout room, call it like, code space help. And
I could do that, right?
And then I think people could join that breakout room. Call it office hours, whatever.
Yeah. Apparently I need to, there's no unassign everybody from rooms, so I got to do it this way. Let's see.
All right. Rick's having issues. That's one out of
Mhm.
4.
Yeah, I just asked them to join the troubleshooting room. Oh, I should have added you to that as well, Aaron. Oh well. Can you join after the fact?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm an admin, so I can.
This is Josh. I don't know if I need to be added or not. I just got some warnings during the verifying. Wasn't sure if it was something to be concerned about.
Oh, hop in. We'll do a screen share and take a look.
Okay, I'm sorry. How do I do that?
So if you look at the bottom of your Zoom member, look at the bottom of your Zoom, across that menu bar, there should be a button called Breakout Rooms, and you can click it. And then if you scroll, you should see a room called Troubleshooting, and you click Join.
Okay. Not seeing that for some reason. Is it by one of the icons?
I can also add you directly. How are you listed in the chat?
Under Dill, DILL.
Okay, Josh would be. Got it. Assigned to troubleshooting. Anybody else need to go into the troubleshooting room so we can screen share and help you out?
Welcome to Summer's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Is there anyone that was still having code space issues, or were we able to resolve most of them? We might even be in a breakout room, perhaps. It looks like we have that breakout room for troubleshooting. If there's anyone else that wanted to be a part of that, please let me know and we can coordinate with them as we get started. Brian just said in the chat, my code space timed out and I had to restart it. Took a couple minutes for everything to come back up. That's totally normal. Before we start using the code space, we will take a moment to make sure everyone's code space is restarted, and it will take probably a minute or two to make sure everybody's up and running. That's totally normal. That's good. That's good. You don't have to have it running right now. I will give you advance notice. I just want to make sure we've resolved any of those outstanding issues. Okay. We're gonna wait just a minute because they're still in the troubleshooting breakout room. Hopefully you guys are back. If you are back in this room and you are good to go, if you could give me a thumbs up reaction, that would be great. Okay, Josh says that they need probably a couple more minutes in the troubleshooting room, but looks like we have quite a few thumbs up in this chat. Awesome. Great. Very, very good. So while
one question. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, I have my DACA now up and running. Is enough, right, for now?
Yep, that's enough.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sure.
Again, we're not using it yet. I just want to take advantage of our opportunities to resolve issues for folks in the break and that sort of thing. Awesome. Josh, looks like you're back. I want to make sure. Okay, yeah, we do see Josh back. Awesome. So while we wait for our other folks to come back from the breakout room, I'm going to give a quick overview of our plan for this session and what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day. Again, like I said, we're planning to take lunch somewhere around 12 Eastern, 11 Central, 9 Pacific. We luckily worked through a lot of the logistics from the beginning, so now we are going to be going through our content section, which will pick up the pace a little bit. Again, as we go along, you're always feel free to put your questions in the chat or come off of mute as you feel the need. So let me check in with our teammates real quickly, and then we can get started again.
All right, welcome everybody.
Awesome. Can everybody see my screen again?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. We are going to continue on. So like I said, you can follow along. If you're dealing with one screen, you can listen and follow on your own page, or you can just watch. It's up, or you can split your screen half and half. If you have multiple screens, do it, whatever works for you. We're going to go to section 2, the goal of the SAF. So this is just a high level overview. I like this little diagram. It's kind of shows you, but the SAF is, like I said, it stands for the Security Automation Framework. It's a framework of different tools and techniques and libraries that can help with automation for your security processes. And the 4 main overarching goals are to accelerate the ATO process, authorization to operate, establish security requirements, build security into your DevSecOps process, shift it left in the process, and also assess and monitor vulnerabilities. That's kind of leading you to your continuous authorization to operate, your CATO, as people might bring up. Looks like somebody's, I'm going to find the background noise here. Okay. Awesome. So those are overarching goals of the SAF. And this is a complicated picture right here. It has a lot of content in it. The reason I show it to you is to serve mostly as a roadmap for the SAF as a whole, because the SAF is not one thing. It's a few things that's added together that you can use in different ways. And so this is a good way to come back and understand, hey, I heard this term, I've never heard it before. Where does it really fit? So we have these different pillars of the SAF: plan, harden, validate, normalize, and visualize. And we use different tools and techniques throughout these capabilities that kind of fit the different needs that we have here. So we'll be touching on all of these pillars throughout the class. Some of the applications here that we can note is we have a Vulkan application that talks about the planning stage of developing security guidance when you may not have tailored security guidance. Hardening is, we can use various different tools for this, and you probably already have some that you deploy in your own environment. So you could use Ansible, Chef, Puppet, Terraform, I don't know, probably other things, PowerShell. And then our validation section, we'll spend a good amount of time doing this part today. This is where we use InSpec and we run our InSpec scans. You can also think about the validation piece bringing in other tools. So you're going to be doing perhaps static analysis and dynamic analysis, and all of those kind of play a part in your validation throughout your security lifecycle. However, having a bunch of different tools means that you would love to see apples and apples, not, apples and oranges and tuna. So then we have this ability to do some normalization of data. And another piece we'll really look at today is this visualization piece. We're going to look at the Heimdall application and preview a little conceptually about eMasser and show you some about the SAF CLI. So I'm making you work in this class. It's not a passive class. So we are going to, I'm going to send you on a scavenger hunt. We've done an update to the site. So if you have also any thoughts on the site, you can add them to your survey at the end of the class. I'm going to post this in the chat, and I'm going to send you on a little scavenger hunt to find out some information based on the site. This is a public-facing website that you can access all of the SAF content from. And you can even get to the training class that we were in, the content we just looked at, and I just want to preview that real quick. So in more training, this link right here will take you exactly to what we were just looking at. So really, if you take any link from this class for the SAF, you can take them saf.mitre.org, and then you can get to anything you need to from here. So I'm going to send you on a scavenger hunt. I just posted a Zoom poll, and I want you to answer these 4 questions. So what are the main pillars of the SAF? Is SAF a tool? What is OHDF? And which of the following are tools that SAF provides to help in the security automation process? Hopefully they're set up for the right choices. Yeah. Yeah, cool. They should be. So take a few minutes to peruse the SAF site and try to find these answers.
And what do we get if we win the scavenger hunt?
We get internal joy and knowledge.
Don't mind me, just going to go put some feedback on the course.
Well, Will, I didn't tell you it was one of your paychecks.
And I'm back in.
See, internal joy and knowledge doesn't seem like a bad prize now.
And just a reminder, if anybody has any questions or anything, feel free to either speak up or put them in the chat. Don't be shy.
I think this is the most important section of the class because this is where after the class you can get all the information we talk about. So I want to make sure everybody is comfortable navigating this website and can find information that you're interested in. We're about halfway, so good job to those the speedy ones, and keep exploring for those who are still looking for the answers. If you found the answers and you're waiting for the rest of our group, feel free to explore a little bit.
Hey, Jayesh, have you been able to access the code spaces for the course yet? Have we walked you through doing that?
No, I don't even know. As I said,
Nope. Excuse me then. Maybe I can grab you in a breakout room real quick just to catch you up real quick while we're doing this.
Perfect. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
We have about 13 people who are still thinking. Make that 12. I'll give you one more minute. If you're not quite sure, you can give your best guess. Give it another 30 seconds. All right, if you're still thinking, give your last guess. I'm gonna close the poll in just a couple seconds. All right. I'm gonna share the results, and I know you guys already took one of my polls, but this might give you a little better idea of what my teaching style is. So anyway, I'm showing the answers here. We overall have some good answers, good responses. What are the main pillars of the SAF? So the main pillars are under this framework section here. There are also these big squares right here. And this is what I was just showing you earlier. These are kind of the concepts of the different steps you do in the security automation process. So it's not related to a particular tool, but we're just talking about these different steps. So plan, harden, validate, normalize, and visualize. Usually all of our tools fit under one of our capabilities. All of these, yeah, this is kind of just the overarching, the pillars. So inspect I put inspect not as an option here because inspect is the language we're using and what we are doing scans with, which would fit under the validation pillar, but it's not really one of the pillars right now. The other thing is operationalize is not something we have as a pillar, but I put it as kind of a trick because we've talked about it and we might make that a pillar in the future. So right now we have 5 pillars: plan, harden, validate, normalize, and visualize. Is SAF a tool? Does anyone want to volunteer their thought or answer to this? I know we have some DSCA folks that know how I feel about this answer.
I can answer that one.
Go ahead, Josh.
It is not a tool.
Not a tool. Josh
It is a framework.
Josh gets the gold star for the day. We did something well last time. So this was kind of a trick question, or it's a no. So Josh is absolutely right. It's a framework. It's not one tool, which means that there's not one download button, and you don't have to use all of the things we're going to show you. If there's one piece of this that's useful for you, you can use that piece. If there's another piece that you don't want, you don't have to use it. If there's things you're already doing, you can add things to that process. This isn't about you have to replace something or download a whole thing or do every step of the process. It's a framework. So it's a collection. And I believe we have this here on the site. So, we talk about here that it's processes. We support security processes at all stages of the software life cycle. There's different tools involved in the MITRE SAF, and these can be work in concert or standalone, and you can adopt whatever part of the framework makes sense for your environment. So when you step away from this training, don't feel like you have to go to your boss and say, we have to do all of these steps. You can think rather, which of these steps are going to be useful for me? Thank you, Josh. What is OHDF? Do I have any volunteers? I will say we might not even need a volunteer because the majority is the correct answer. So OHDF is Oasis Heimdall data format. It's a standard data format for storing security data. So we have the Heimdall visualization app that we're going to look at later. That's visualization. It's called Heimdall. The data we put in there is the data format. So we call it OHDF. The reason we have an O is because it's part of a process to become an international standard through OASIS, which is a standards body. And I wanted to show you okay. I think if we go here to normalize, this is where it talks about OASIS Heimdall data format. So you can read more about that. And these are all the different converters that exist already and the different formats that we can go from into using OHDF. So you don't also have to use this. Maybe if you're using other tools, you can use this as a intermediary and do one form to OHDF and then OHDF to something else if you need it in another form. The last one is, which of the following are tools that the staff provides to help in the security automation process? So we have under these sections, we have some apps and libraries. Excuse me. So we have the eMaster app that we referenced earlier for pushing and pulling results to eMass. We also have Heimdall, the visualization app, Vulkan, which is something we'll talk about more later for creating security guidance. We have the staff CLI, which is a utility tool. I didn't put InSpec on this as the correct answer because it's kind of a trick question. You could have clicked InSpec and that's a good thing to say, but InSpec is kind of more than a tool. So InSpec is a language, programming language. It's also an executable. And so I consider it, and it's not something that MITRE created. So it's created by Progress Chef, and we use it as an open source thing, just like we would use Ansible or other things. So that's why I did not put InSpec as the answer for number 4. Are there any questions?
Right. Well, a couple of things that I might add is, MITRE was one of the primary contributors to the InSpec language. So we did write about 35 or 40% of the code base, but that was in collaboration with multiple different companies, to include like Volcanosec, Deutsche Telekom, Chef, all kinds of things. So it's truly a community built effort across the compliance community to build a new language and a new compliance framework to solve those tools, much like the work we did with SCAP and XCDDF and OVAL with NSA and DISA and DoD and all that years ago. So it's kind of fairly wide scope.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Aaron. And if you go to section 3, this will give you more of the answers to these questions. So if you want to review it or get a little bit more context, I've written some about this here. I didn't update this. We used to have this HDF. Now it's OHDF because it's a part of the OASIS standard. And this is where I was talking about that kind of tricky question about InSpec. Are there any questions on this? And if you don't have questions, you can give me thumbs up in the reaction. Awesome. Cool, I'm getting some thumbs up. Awesome. Okay. So now we're going to start going through those pillars and capabilities that I referenced earlier. So we're starting with section 4, talking about the plan pillar. So this is the very beginning that we like to talk about. So planning hardening, validating, normalizing, visualize. We start with planning. The planning aspect is talking about can you understand what is the security guidance and what is your software stack that you're looking at? So if you're in a particular context, what are you trying to secure? That is the first question. And one important idea about this is understanding that this is a whole stack. So you might have an application, but what is the operating system that the machine has that application is running on? Does that application have a web server? Does it have a database? Are there different cloud services running? And it's important to kind of start to think about all of the different pieces that are in your software to understand what you need to secure in the first place. I think there was a question in the beginning or a comment in the breakout rooms about identifying this and also understanding maybe your software bill of materials or how your software components might change over time. So this is really important to start. Aaron, did you want to comment on anything about knowing what's in your software stack?
Yeah, so given that we have got multiple perspectives in the room, right? Planning incorporates, right, concepts from multiple disciplines, right? So from an assessment or security control assessor point of view, right? Planning is selecting the applicable controls for the system, right? From the security operator, security developer point of view, planning encompasses the how am I going to test those requirements, right? From the developer point of view, you can think of it as the question of what are my functional and unit tests and how am I implementing those, right? And they eventually tie back to those requirements, right? But in your planning phase as the developer, you'll do this as the same way of saying, how am I testing my application's functionality and that it functions in the environment that I'm deploying it into, to the business processes or requirements that my assessor and my operator and my program lead, right? So part of that planning thing is to kind of collaborate with all those different stakeholders, right? And say, well, we're communicating different concepts, but they're all going towards kind of the same goal. And so it's kind of like trying to draw those lines. And then as we go through the other pillars, we say, well, great, how are we going to implement? How are we going to validate? How are we going to show? How are we going to unify that data, right? And then how are we all going to look at it so we're all understanding that we're seeing what we need to see in each of those perspectives. And then when you start to look at breaking that down, once you've gone from the general to the specific, then you can say, well, great, how can I identify at the fabric layer, the component layer, and the application layer, all those pieces, right? And those we call components, right? So a part of my component is the cloud fabric that I'm on or the virtual machine platform that I'm on. The next level of that is what are the virtual machines or the Docker containers or the physical machines that are making up that system in that environment, right? And then what are the applications that are on top of it? And then finally, what are the ports and protocols, right? Et cetera. So we kind of try to break all that down in a way that you could then manage how am I running each of the individual tools, the various testing, the various configuration management, which is normally what we talk about in hardening, right? And all the various tools, right, that we're using, which is what we do in normalization, so that they can work in a cohesive and consistent workflow. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay.
So this is kind of, I don't know if you guys have ever been in the situation where maybe your assessment, you're looking at certain things and then someone might question, hey, are we looking at all the things we were supposed to, or did we forget something? And I just think this is just the most important step, because if you don't know what to test, then you don't really know if you're successful. So identifying those different components, like Aaron said, and then also understanding what your guidance and requirements are. So, there's a lot of particular guidance that we look at that's centered by different DoD interests and mandates. But this applies in general across different organizations and ideologies. But, some of these that we'll talk about are STIGs, Security Technical Implementation Guides, SRGs, Security Requirements Guides, CIS benchmarks, Center for Internet Security. And sometimes you might not have any of those that are very formal, and you might just have vendor guidance written to something. But finding that guidance is important, because then you have a standard you can go back to and say, yes, I can tell you that it's secure according to this thing, not that I made it up, because we don't want to have to all make it up and reinvent the wheel. One thing I just want to state, I know that will go into this a lot more tomorrow, but I do want to, just in case people aren't familiar, just show that you can access the different published SRGs and STIGs from DISA at public.cyber.mil. And this is a lot of where the guidance that's relevant will come from. So a lot of things will be DISA published STIGs and SRGs. Will is going to dive in more tomorrow on what to do if you don't have these kinds of documents, but this is a good place to start. For us, we try to identify what those components. So if you were just a user saying, hey, I know I have a Red Hat 8 system, I know I have an Nginx web server, I know I'm running on AWS, whatever it may be, you can start to identify your components. You want to find, okay, what are those particular guidance documents that might be available, and what might be some of the content that exists for securing and validating this particular component. So in locating and planning for your security process, one thing you can do if you're using content from the SAF is you go to the SAF site, then you can go to the libraries page and go to harden or validate. And I can just show you this, but I wanted the screenshots in case someone's following along on their own. So from the MITRE SAF site, libraries, we can go, for example, to harden, and there's these different sections. So, I can look at my different components. Am I talking about an operating system or a database and so on? And then I can find in here, okay, I have a Red Hat 7 STIG here, Red Hat 7, Red Hat 8, so on and so forth. There may be, especially in the hardening library, there may be more than one available piece of content for the same software component, because maybe either someone else published it or it's using a different technology. So in this case, we have an example here of 2 different Red Hat 7 configuration management scripts, and one of them is using Ansible, and that was developed by MITRE, and one of them is using Chef, and that was something provided by DISA. So these libraries are a collection from the open source security community. It doesn't have to be all written by MITRE to end up on this website. It's just things that we've been able to find and collect. And if you are trying to identify your system and what you can use, you can go to these libraries as basically a homepage to find different elements. So that's the hardening one, and the validation one looks pretty much identical. Most of the validation stuff on here is inspect content. And then we have who has contributed to those.
Yeah, and the kind of the core things that I can kind of point out is, even though MITRE probably developed a lot of the initial baselines and things like that for our various defense and intelligence and DoD community members, a lot of the contribution also came from the defense industrial base partners like VMware, Google, Red Hat, etc. So it's not just a MITRE effort, right? It was meant and is meant to be a community effort across the defense industrial base, fundamentally so that we don't repeat ourselves over and over and over again, and we work together to solve these common problems. So.
Hey, Aaron, Tom is asking about validating the hardening libraries internally. Do you want to speak to that too? And, you know, that's a good follow-up, Tom. He says, or is that what's covered by the validate library? If you see it in the validate section, then you considered it validated, otherwise not yet. So I'm going to take a quick note on that, and then I'll let you expand. The hardening and validation content is completely orthogonal to each other. They're completely separate. We like to say the phrase of, you know, we're not grading our own homework. So the two repos, even though of course we have, you know, there's hardening content for Red Hat 7 and there's also validation content for Red Hat 7. Those two things are separately created, even if they may have contributors, similar contributors, because that way, you know, if the hardening / configuration management actually did what you were wanting it to do, because your validation content separately checks, did I follow the guidance that I was supposed to follow? So that's just a note on those two things. And then Aaron, do you want to expand on that and kind of the process of getting contributions from the security community?
Yeah, so let me just look at the chat to make sure, you know, I kind of understand the question. But fundamentally, you know, the hardening content, right, and the validation content, as Emily said, are separate projects. I do use them to cross-check each other, but that's not necessarily hard lock, because like the Ansible and the Chef and the Terraform, they also have their own testing frameworks, which a lot of the projects like implement a testing framework inside the hardening, right? And then we also continuously use, you know, folks' feedback and ongoing contributions to like the validation profiles to test and validate the profiles. But again, you know, kind of how we're operating, you know, this shared community of interest, you know, is that through continuous use, we're continuously, you know, improving and updating the content, you know, so they're not necessarily hard locked to each other. You know, the hardening and the validation content is there to be a 95% solution, because there's always going to be tailoring that you have to do, which we'll go over a little bit in the class next week, about how you tailor content to your organizational requirements. I'm just trying to make sure that folks aren't having to start from ground zero, you know, and that kind of thing. So
also, just as a note, if you click this view details page, it should also tell you, like, for example, if this is validation content, then it should tell you other, or okay, it matches, like here's some hardening content and here's the validation content that you could use for the same system. So
right, so the Ansible for the Red Hat 7 Stig was created by like the MindPoint group. The Chef was created, you know, by DISA, and the Inspec was created by MITRE, right? And you know, some of the Ansible might be more complete than some of the Chef, because Chef didn't include a module, you know, et cetera, right? So it's all to get this to a manageable workflow process, right? And to get it to 100%, you've got to incorporate your organizational environmental type settings and that kind of thing into that workflow process. You know, so we try to get as good as we can get and have a manageable workflow process, but we're not necessarily going to block contribution, you know, because there's no way we could really get to, you know, 1,000% perfect on everything, because it changes every time you move from one environment to the next, one customer to the next, one environment to the next.
yeah, the web page definitely serves as like a holding ground. So okay, we have these different, we know about these different resources. Are they useful to you? And then you kind of have to figure out what's going to be useful for your organization. Was there someone else who's going to say something?
No, I was just going to follow up and say thanks for that clarification. And another follow up to that. Do you all do any sort like if there are multiple hardening scripts available, do you provide any sort of recommendation on which one you see as most mature, or is that again more dependent on particular use cases per organization? And
Well, what we found is that, various teams, right? So as you know, software development teams like to pick their tooling stack, right? So you as an organization, you might be a Chef shop, you might be an Ansible shop, you might be Terraform, you might be PowerShell, right? And so in that tool chain, right, you're gonna have the work that's been done, basically, right? And so we don't necessarily try to move you from one thing to another. We try to make what you're using as useful as possible. And then, if there are suggestions that we have, challenges that you're having, right, we give you options to say, well, hey, there's Ansible over here. But making those fundamental kind of shifts in a software stack are usually difficult. Because you have organizational requirements, you have acquisition that's happened, you have standards that have been put in place by your organization in terms of which configuration management tool we're using, or, et cetera, et cetera. So we try to be flexible in that. I don't know if that helps you, Tom, but.
yeah, that does. I guess I was kind of thinking about it from the perspective of like from last week with the ESXi scripts. VMware has their scripts in there, and they can speak for the validity of their Power CLI scripts, but another Ansible set of scripts, they can't speak to the validity of those. So just kind of like gauging those, and those probably are largely on the individual kind of having to validate against those scripts in their environments to see what works and what doesn't.
Right. I mean, what you might call validity, I might call, validation or insight, right? So VMware says we had a community contribution from somebody who submitted some Ansible content. We haven't tested it and, rigorously done QA on it, but since they're using it, it's likely working at least good enough to move them forward. Right. And so, just like any other open source software, right? Review it, look at it, run it in your test environment, see if it helps you move forward. But they're basically saying, we're not going to maintain that. We're maintaining this. And if you want to go talk to that group, open a PR, talk to that group, right? Engage with them, that kind of thing. So, it's more about trying to get that collaboration going, than trying to find somebody who did all the work for me. Because there isn't going to be 100% solution for you that they did everything, because they're not you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, one thing I think at least Josh has heard me say before, and some of the other folks, but one thing I like to point out is that the SAF is not magic, and like automation is also not magic. And I don't say that to be like sarcastic or anything. I'm saying that there's always going to be a human element. So I think that it's important as the human to kind of make those decisions. And so one way to also make that decision is, if you have validation content like InSpec or whatever else you might use that you want to put into your system, that you've taken a look at as a human and feel confident about, then you can use those sorts of tools also to gauge how successful the hardening content would be for you and that sort of thing.
And any vendor or customer or whatever that comes to you and says, we have the perfect 100% solution that will always work, they're stretching the truth a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I've been doing this for almost 25 years, and I've picked apart every single solution that's ever come apart. And the reality is, in any engineering solution, you have to have some underlying assumptions, right? You have to start from some assumption and then move forward, right? But in the current environment, right, that flexibility and that loose coupling of solutions on top of process, they have to be coupled together, right? So we think providing a framework for people to be able to tailor the tooling that's available out there into a workflow process that they can manage and they can put positive control over is more effective than trying to guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions, Tom. I think that was valuable. The last thing I want to mention on the plan pillar and also preview is, what if there is no content for a software component that you're interested in? An example that we ran into once was that there was a desire to run automated scripts for validating the security of the Keycloak application, which is a single sign-on that some different government uses in probably different organizations. And we didn't have any inspect profile. There was no validation, automation content, no automated configuration management content. If there is nothing like that, one thing you can always do is reach out to the SAF team to find out if we have heard of something that may not be published, but maybe we know that it's being worked on, or something that could possibly meet your needs. If we don't know of anything, then it's the next best thing to do is identify the security guidance that would be relevant for that component. And then you could create automated content from that security guidance. And that's something that we're going to show you a little bit more in the subsequent trainings that we have. But sometimes there's not even security guidance. So for us, from the Keycloak perspective, there was no Keycloak STIG or security technical implementation guide that we could use to say, yep, here's all the directions for how to configure it securely. I just need to write some automated content for this and we're good to go. Instead, we had to actually take an SRG that gives you more general guidance that we use for the AAA SRG authentication access and help me, Christopher, accounting? Yes, I think so. We took that SRG and we tailored it to create guidance that was specific to the Keycloak application, and then created automated content from that. So the less there is there, the more work it is, but we do have different elements to help in that whole process, depending on the state of the software and guidance and all of that. Will is going to talk about that a lot tomorrow. Go ahead.
So the thing that I might mention about that is what we're talking about fundamentally, and a few of you mentioned this earlier in the class, right, where you say, there isn't a STIG or there isn't automated content, so we have to do it by hand, right? So the assessment by hand, where you generate a checklist, et cetera. Fundamentally, what we're talking about is, in this workflow process, the work that you would have done to create that checklist is a lot of the same work that you would do. But what we've done is try to make it so that once you go through that hard process, it's repeatable, and you can then actually get your automated test and your alignment to the general SRG or DoD requirements, so that you'll have what is functionally an implementation guidance document, a STIG. The only difference is it hasn't been peer reviewed, and there is a process for that. But instead of trying to continuously go through that manual process and having to repeat yourself and redo the work, right, we've tried to bring together the parts and pieces of, well, we may have to go through this pain once, right, but it's no more pain than what we would have done had we not decided to try to automate. And at least what we're doing here is repeatable and reusable, and now we can hand it to other people and that kind of thing. So and fundamentally, that is a theme you will see throughout the security automation framework, right? We try to figure out, how do we take what is manual and painful, and at least if you have to go through some of that manual and painful work, right, it's beneficial to you at the end of the day, that it's reusable, that you only have to go through that pain, the big pain once, you know, etc. So that's what we continuously try to grow, you know, in this, you know, security, right? Which is fundamentally the concepts of continuous and ongoing authorization, DevOps, CI/CD, you know, all those do not repeat yourselves concepts, right, are kind of part of this whole way of thinking. So
that's the extent of what we're going to talk about for the plan pillar today, but tomorrow Will is going to cover a lot more about how to use the Vulkan application to actually tailor that guidance like Aaron just previewed. Are there any questions about the plan pillar before we move on?
It'll probably be more detail about Vulkan than anybody actually wants to know, to be honest.
In other words, get excited for tomorrow's class. Cool. So we're going to move on to section 5, which we're going to talk about validation with inspect profiles. And we're going to move from the planning pillar to the validation pillar. And this is what you want to do. Well, okay. The order is flexible. And so I have something here asking, wait, why, what about the hardened pillar? If you're also wondering that, why I skipped that. We're coming back to the hardened pillar, but I have here, why would we focus on testing that a software component is secure before we secure it? And this at least comes from, you know, some of the ideology on test-driven development, but I think starting with the tests rather than, you know, what you actually need to change or modify or develop and what have you, can make sure that you know what the expectations are so that you say, okay, I know what my actual success is. So I test my thing first, maybe I get a bunch of failures, but then once I harden it, then I test it again and I understand what the changes are and that sort of thing. So that's why we're talking about the validation next. For those of you who are nerdy like me about this and interested in my thoughts on it, this is the general concept of test-driven development. This is something that a lot of software developers do when they're writing unit tests and other things like that, is that you start with a test. Instead of starting with the solution, you start with a test and you expect it to fail. But you know, if you have a failing test, that you have set up that test, you've set up the expectation. Then when you make the fix for that test, you can test again and you should be able to get a green, you know, passing test. And then that kind of gives you that assurance. Yes, I knew what I needed to do. I did the thing that I needed to do, not more and not less. And then after that, you can maybe clean up the process, refactor, and run your test suite again and make sure if you made any changes, you still have everything passing. So I like to, you know, call it the red, green, clean cycle. I didn't make that up, but that's kind of why I'm looking at it this way. So that's why we're going from plan to validate. So we planned, we understood what our system looked like and what the guidance was, what the content may be that already exists for automation. Then we're going to say, let's test all of our components. We're probably going to get a bunch of failures, but later we can secure it and we'll test it again to make sure that now we have a better system.
And the one thing I'll note is that in your planning and in your test planning process and all that kind of thing, and your requirements analysis and your requirements identification process for any program, right? You go through this same process in a business way as well, where you identify the functional requirements of the application, where you identify the system level requirements for the organization, right? Business process people and accreditors, right? You're doing this same process where you're identifying the requirement and the expected state of what you need the system to do, not how it's doing it, not how it's implemented, but what it needs to do and what the end state will be when it gets there, right? And what is good, right? And then you're putting in all the work to build it out, get it there, test it, right? All that kind of stuff, right? So This may sound like a bunch of developer gobbledygook, but it really isn't, right? It's just different words in a different shape.
That's a great point. Yeah, and this is more conceptual. Like if you're developing an automated pipeline and you don't necessarily need to run your validation script twice, then that's totally fine. This is more about conceptually how I move along this process, and if I were setting it up for the first time, what I would do. So this brings us to the concept of inspec that we've already kind of previewed, and this is our main topic for validation. So the quote here I have is Chef Inspec is an infrastructure, security, and compliance testing framework with a human and machine readable language for comparing actual versus desired system state. So inspec is it's a DSL of Ruby, domain specific or I don't remember the S language. I'm waiting for Aaron to correct me.
Domain specific language.
Okay, domain specific language. So it's built on Ruby, which is more common and broad programming language. And so anything, like if you're curious about what can be written in inspec, anything that's in Ruby can be written in an inspec test or anything like that. And then there's also some built-in helper functions and functionalities that make it so that it's very good for testing your security and your system state of your machine or software component. And one of the reasons why we use it and it's useful is that it's very human readable. So we'll also dive more into those different aspects of inspec in the developer training, but I wanted to give you a preview on what it is. So it's a language, it's a programming language, and it's something you do download as an executable so that if you want to run an inspec scan, you would have inspec downloaded, say a command like inspec exec something, like execute this thing, and the thing you're executing are inspec tests written in the inspec language. So I don't know if there's more ways I could use the word inspec, but that's some of what.
Are you sure you're not leaving the T off the word inspect?
Yeah, that's a common thing that people say colloquially, but the T is not there. The reason it's named this is because of in Ruby, spec is what they call their test files. So I think it's a kind of play on words there.
Well, and I also thought it was clever because you're inspecting, you're looking at.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah. And that's where spec comes from in Ruby. But so we've thrown a lot at you. I'm gonna ask Emily just to pause for a second, let the students take a long, deep, full breath and go, we have questions?
As you ponder potential questions, I also want to note that if you run into errors when you're running inspec, make sure you don't have a T, because that can be a common mistake. Yeah, if you're good with what we've gone over so far, give me another thumbs up. And if you have questions, take yourself off of mute or post it in the chat.
So I guess kind of a philosophical question here. So I'm not as big into Chef as I have been working with Ansible. So like when you define different pieces of Ansible, you're sort of laying out how the system state is supposed to be and its idempotent and all of that. So would like the security piece of that, like if you can get a SCA to kind of look at an Ansible playbook and kind of be assured that this is like what all the output is supposed to look like, how does it, I guess we'll go more into inspec, but like how does it differ from that?
So when we first developed the Ansible language, so the Ansible language was developed out of the PKI program, you know, and when Michael Dahan and I were working on Cobbler, right? So Ansible assures the expected state of a system, right? And that's different than independent validation of an expected state. right? So if I write a value to a file, right, and the process comes back and says, I wrote the value to the file, right? That's different than saying I have an independent test that says I expect this file to have a value, right? And so if I'm going to maintain trust, specifically orthogonal trust that's independent of implementation versus validation, which means I can have a legal trust chain on it, right? It needs to be in a separate tool and hopefully in a separate validation, separate team, right? Such that, you know, group A is not also responsible for its own validation, right? So the difference is I have an expectation that I validate versus I have a state that I enforce, right? And so I've gotten into this theoretical argument with you know, a lot of engineers that they're like, well, the Ansible ran. Well, are you 100% sure that the Ansible you wrote is correct? Are you 100% sure that somebody didn't hack your Ansible server and they screwed things up, right? Why are you creating a single source of attack, right? So if I wanted to screw you up, modify your systems, update your PEM files, you know, create an attack point for myself, right? All I'd have to do is make sure that the single system that's controlling both implementation, right, enforcement, and validation, right, are always returning green, good, exiting 0, right? But if I put that onto separate systems and in separate business processes, now I have to attack 2 points simultaneously and own both of them, right? So that's statistically orders of magnitude level difficulty higher, right, than it is to attack one system, you know, and it's, you know, independent. So could I get Ansible, right, to kind of play the role of a testing system? Sure. Was it designed for that? Absolutely not. Because it wasn't designed for independent testing, right? All it's telling you is that, yeah, I ran correctly. Whether that's actually what you wanted, well, that's a different question, right? So same thing with why there's Chef Infra, right? The configuration management language, and Chef Inspec, there's an independent testing language, you know, and you'll see this in the same way, even like SALT, even though they're using the same fundamental language, right? They have configuration management contents and they have testing content, right? You know, and that's, you know, kind of why. So you want to agree with your testing assessor, not only what tests am I going to use to validate, but also what enforcement mechanism in how I implemented that, right? Does it meet the spirit of that requirement? You know, so they have to agree to both, right? So this is how I'm figuring it. This is how I'm validating it, right? And I've met both sides of the equation.
Thank you.
And I basically will just build off of that and summarize. So here I have also that, you know, the staff uses inspect profiles. That's another term that's using the word inspect to test software components against some security baseline, some guidance like I was talking about before. And these automated tests produce data that shows whether the security controls passed or failed, maybe were skipped or not reviewed, and it gives the reason and more information to fix it. So it has, for example, when you see a STIG and you have check text and fixed text and a title and a description and some tags and all of this, inspect tests and inspect profiles will have all of that metadata that brings back to or points back to the guidance itself. And then it will also have some logic that's testing that, you know, actual setting and that sort of thing. There's more information in the beginner class on more details about what the components are of an inspect profile. What does it look like? We're going to take a quick peek at some examples just so that you know, it's just code. But if you are interested in a little more detail on the security tests and what they look like, I put some links here that link to the other section of the training. And if you're going to the developer class later, we'll talk about this there too. So here what we have when you're looking at inspect profiles and what you can consider when you're looking at them is they're all, the ones that we point to are usually all on GitHub as just open source repositories for people to access. And usually they'll have a README in the main section of the GitHub that has more information about the profile, perhaps some run instructions on how to run the profile. And it'll have the name of the profile, the security guidance that it's based on. For example, was it used, like, was it written from a STIG? Was it written from a CIS benchmark or some vendor guidance? It should have information about inputs that you can tailor for your environment. And we're going to talk more about this in a couple sections. And it should have more instructions for actually running the profile. If you ever find, we're all human, and sometimes those piece of information might not be there. And if you find that, I would recommend that you come back to this class and follow into the section that helps you with that information and finding out what to do. So here's a couple screenshots, but I'm going to show you how to get to these GitHub repositories. So if you want, this is just an example from one of the RHEL 8 profiles and one of the Nginx profiles that are available. And this is what they would look like in the screenshot. I have the links here, but what I want to do is take you from the SAF site itself. So if we go back to the saf.mitre.org homepage and we go to libraries, we go to the validate library. And in the validate library, we can look at the different pieces that from the component you're interested in. And so here we were talking about the Red Hat 8 profile. So I already showed you the view details tab, but I can also click view code, and this takes me to this repository, this GitHub repository. And like Aaron mentioned, issues and pull requests are definitely welcome. So these are community repositories. Some of them are managed very, up to date frequently. Some of them might not be touched as often. So right now, for example, we have some pull requests and some issues on this repository that we're hoping to work on, and anyone else is also willing or able to contribute as well. And we help with that process. If you are interested in that or want to learn more about that, that's a good that would be good for you to take the developer classes. So just to give you some reference, like I mentioned earlier, there's a README that usually gives you some instructions. I actually have a pull request up for improving the tailoring section, so that will be something I work on in the coming days. So that's an example. It has information on running the profile, and there's different things you can read about. And then just for your reference, these profiles are just they're just Ruby files that go back to a particular set of guidance. And like I said earlier, they have all that data that you could find in the guidance, like the control number and the title and description. It has check text and fixed text and, the severity, impact, all these sorts of things, the NIST ID and all of this. And then we write logic that actually tests what we're trying to test. And that's all this is. When we talk about an inspect profile, that's just a combination of a bunch of these files that are just tests that test security requirements. So that's one example. Are there any questions on that? No, I'm just kidding. I will take this time I will take your silence as that everyone is following me. Usually I'm not about passive compliance, but I think you guys are with me here. So this is how you can look at a different different inspect profiles and what they're made up of. So this is the last section we're going to go over before the lunch break. I think we're going to get through this and then go on lunch. We have one question in the chat about what the comparison is between evaluate STIG from DISA and inspect. I'm going to let Aaron, I'm going to let you take it unless you want me to. But
Say
you're
that
muted.
again, please.
Kevin's asking the difference between evaluate STIG that Kevin has as an executable from DISA and what we just showed as inspect content.
Right. So Evaluate STIG is a project that came out of the Navy Research Labs. Primarily, I think 2011. And it's a front end to the Open SCAP client that runs a set of SCAP and PowerShell scripts for doing various types of evaluations. So that was from the original work that like myself and a few of the other folks from NSA and DISA did around 2005 and 2006 when we first put out SCAP. SCC is another good example of that, right? So SCC came out of SPAY-War, you know, out of the some of the original work that DISA did. And so they're all clients that try to make utilization of things like OpenSCAP and the SCAP clients and some of that original automation content easier to use. You know, there are some challenges with the original SCAP and XCDDF languages, mainly because they're XML and, you know, they have a different design philosophy, right? So InSpec and the work that we did with the open source community, we're trying to address some of those gaps. So functionally, right, they're tools that do very similar types of work. You know, but the SCAP language and the XCDDF project, right, lost funding quite a few years ago from DHS, right? It was then migrated over to, you know, the CIS foundations, the upstream maintainers, you know, but the SCAP language isn't really evolving anymore. There's really no major updates to it. And so a lot of those clients and things like that are starting to show their age in terms of challenges around, well, you know, there's a few people out there that are forking it and trying to force SCAP to be able to do containers, or, you know, how do I figure out how to use SCAP to do cloud? Wasn't really designed to do that, you know, and those types of things. So, you know, in Spirit, that was one of the first tools and technologies that we did develop around this types of concepts, you know, but, you know, as you can see, you know, there's a, you know, technology grows and evolves. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, they're, you know, not valuable anymore. They definitely are, right? As you can see, right, the DoD jumped onto this automation concept early, you know, but one of the things we're trying to push forward is to do a tech refresh, right? Do a capability refresh, you know, across the department and the intelligence community and the Fed, you know, to grow some of these capabilities. You know, comparison, you know, I could go into deep technical comparison between, you know, they evaluate STIG results versus SCC versus this versus that, right? Each of the languages, you know, has, especially SCAP, right, has some challenges, right, about the fact that it's really only doing file system monitoring. It's really only doing sed, grep, and awk. It's not really able to understand the concept of what is a service, looking at real runtime configuration versus, you know, what's on the disk, you know, that kind of thing. It's going to generate a lot more false positives and false negatives because it's not as easy to tailor. It doesn't really have the awareness of what kind of environment is it in. Am I in an AMI? Am I in a VMware machine? Am I on a physical box? You know, et cetera, et cetera. Probably too much detail for this class, you know, but I'm happy to make your eyes roll back in your head if you want all the detail, and happy to talk with you about that. and that kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's a great question. I get it a lot. Fundamentally, I've been talking to a lot of the leadership of a lot of these different teams and groups, and 9 times out of 10, I suggest collaboration, working with them to grow and evolve their tools, or even integrate some of our own clients, like rather than replace Evaluate Stig in terms of it has a good user base, it's a good UX that people know, right? How do I integrate Inspec into it, right? And I'm even talking with like Tenable, and those types of things, to just say, well, like you did with OpenSCAP, integrate this new client in there and give people access to all this new content and this new evaluation methodology, right? We've got the footprint, that type of thing. So that's where I'm hoping we can kind of, move the bubble on a lot of this. So, and that kind of thing. Let's see. So, how does it compare? That's a good description. Definitely helps me better understand where it fits. Yeah. So like, as you guys probably noticed, right? Navy made an announcement that we don't have any more money for SCC. This is going to be the last thing. And then some people came in and gave end of year funds, and right. So it's like, we're trying as a community to figure out how do we more generally support, right, these automation capabilities in these projects and these programs, right? So, that's fundamentally how it moves forward. Kevin, does that kind of give you a better like understanding, right? And one of the reasons in our data normalization, right, the first thing I did was, I attacked my own original data formats, right? XCDDF results and all that. That was the first conversion that I actually did for NSA and NRO and NGA, right? When they started utilizing this, right? They said, okay, great, take these security automated results, which are 1,000 times more accurate, right? And automatically convert it into a checklist and convert it into an XCDF result. So I can automatically upload it to EMAS, right? And start using it in this workflow process. So every time I spin up a new database, it automatically creates the artifacts my assessor is looking for. No problem, right? And that's really just data normalization. And, we'll get into that when we talk about normalize, right? But, that's kind of how we operate, right? And that's why we kept it loosely coupled.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And, I want to add to that and point back to what we said in the beginning, that this isn't like a one size fits all. So if you wanted to, run Inspec on one software component, and then you have some other systems that are scanning other types of components in your system, that's fine. If you want to do, a SCAP scan and an Inspec scan, and you're just, getting, wanting to join in to this process of the community, that's fine. So it's, it's not like you have to do all at one time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I pose a question?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
So, hey, Aaron, so how does SAF and Inspec, how does that differ from what Nessus does? Or is this just a free way to do what Nessus is charging you for? Because Nessus is kind of the same thing, right? You can configure your scanner against various standards like STIGs and whatnot. You can customize it based on however you want the check to be, 3 failed logon attempts or 8 failed logon attempts. You have a target you run it against and you get some results.
Yeah. So, in a lot of ways, what Nessus Security Center is doing and, all that kind of stuff is very similar to the workflow process. It has a more enterprise type of view in terms of a great large scanner in the sky, the eye of Zoran, right? And, looking down and doing tracking and monitoring, that kind of thing. But fundamentally the roots of it, right, are I'm either running Nessus audit, I'm either running, a static analysis tool. I'm either, so Nessus itself, right, is a testing orchestrator, right?
Yep.
That's its function, right? So it runs one of 4 tools, right? So I worked with Nessus when I was at DISA, right, to integrate like the OpenSCAP client, right? So originally they just had their .nessus audit language, right? So they had their own testing language. And then SCAP came out, they integrated that. Then they added ports and protocol scanning. They're actually using Nmap under the covers, right? Plus static analysis, right? So in a lot of ways, the concept of operations are the same, right? Primarily, they're still using the dot audit language and some SCAP content from the department, right?
Yep.
And they're giving you some results, right? They're fairly opinionated results because Nessus decided years ago to be opinionated and to not allow you as an organization to tailor things. They've started to come around to that a little bit. You know, and then we're again working with them to try to say, okay, great, there's 3 other testing clients, right, that I could offer you to expand, right, your capabilities, right? So you want to go look into the cloud, you want to go look in containers, you want to go do this, right? Here are ways you can do that, right? Integrate InSpec, integrate Mondu, integrate a few other things. So they are offering that as a service, right? In the concept of adopt, buy, create. You know, and you know, there's always some give and take with those various types of abstractions.
Okay.
So
Good. No, I understand. That's good. Thanks. Next question I have, and you may get into it, is and maybe I see it SSH transport. Is it so to connect to the target? It's a SSH connection, so you would need like probably administrator level credentials on the target.
well, it depends. So one of the things that I learned when we were doing SCAP was that assuming the transport is a bad thing to do, right? Because that changes, right? And it also limits you in terms of, right, your concept of operations, right? And the reality was 20 years ago, right, it was like either WinRM or SSH, and that was pretty much it. There wasn't a concept of containers and clouds. And I mean, there was, right? But, you know, so the transport layer for InSpec is a separate component, right? A generalized component that allows you to connect over like the Docker transport or the Kubernetes transport or the AWS API or
Okay.
SSH
So you can use any of them. Okay, good.
around, right? And so that's why I can write my InSpec profiles to be target aware, right? And logic in them to say, well, if you're in the cloud, if you're in AWS, or if you're in Azure, right, here's how I want you to implement the test. If you're in Docker, this one doesn't apply because it's at the container host level. If you're on a physical machine, right, you know, implement the test this way, so test appropriately, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Or if you're a domain server in Windows or not a domain server, or if you're connected to the LDAP, right, or the forest, right, here's how you implement that test, right? Or if you're in a sensitive environment or a non-classified environment, right, all those types of concepts can take all those pieces into play and then adjust your testing as needed, mainly to remove that concept of, oh shoot, okay, the SCAP content, okay, it assumed this and it assumed this order of what the configuration management script did of that, and oh, it assumed it's also on a physical box because doc doesn't exist, blah blah blah, right? All that kind of stuff that's a headache that we have to go, no, override that test is fine, we validated it, it keeps producing DAD results, all right, let's convince this group to modify this.
Okay, so at the end of the day, it's a the connection method. It can use various connection methods that sort of already exist within the environment, and there's no like I use the term client that needs to be installed on the target, right? So if SSH is available and I have a administrative level or can SU to root, then I can, you know, SSH will be just fine. Or if there's a AWS CLI and I have the proper credentials to supply that, that'll be just fine. I don't have to have anything else installed on the targets.
Right, and if there's a new transport that comes out, right, there's a method to kind of generate a transport plugin to say, hey, here's this newfangled thing that we didn't know about 2 years ago or last year, and we're deploying a bunch of stuff in this way. So now let's write a transport that just knows how to connect to this thing and communicate back and forth. And hey, great, now our testing content works there too.
Okay, good. Yeah, the reason I'm asking all these questions, I'm thinking about trying to use this for a VA assessment in December.
Yep. Yeah.
So
and
we'll
that-
see.
And that's a very common question, right? And, you know, the idea of role separation, privilege escalation, all that kind of stuff, right? That's built into at least this testing thing, right? I can't necessarily say the same thing for all the other kind of testing tools, be it static analysis, SonarQube, Burp Suite, you know, blah, 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 all those other things. But what I can do is once you have that data, I can convert it all into a common format and let you look at it all in one place.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So it's
Yeah,
like,
all right.
can't fix everything, but I try to make it at least as easy as possible.
Cool. Thanks, Aaron. Stop monopolizing the class here.
No, I appreciate it, Milton. Those are great questions, and things that I'm glad we can cover. I see that we're about at the time. I just told you we were going to break. So what I'm going to tell you is that we're going to go over this when we come back. However, if during your break you're interested in trying out one inspect scan / making sure, you know, to confirm everything is good to go and you're running in your code space and everything like that, you can optionally, you don't have to do this. There's this want to give it a try section in section 6, and there's a command here. If you run this and it works, then everything is great. So if you have any issues with this, you can send us messages during the lunch break. And if you don't have time to try this, don't worry about it. We'll do it as a group a little bit later. I just wanted to give you that preview in case you're interested and want to continue the learning journey during your lunch. So we will pick up at section 6 after lunch, and also just so that folks know, there are a couple sections here that we usually have as optional and don't cover. So we are on a good pace and good track for the duration of the day. We'll plan to come back in about 1 hour. Are there any questions before we take our lunch break?
Look at that. We're about halfway through.
Yeah. We will be available throughout the break. So if you do have questions and want to chat, have side conversations with any of us, or talk through logistics, let us know and we will be here to help you. If we don't respond in a minute, it's probably our own bathroom or microwave time, but we'll be there shortly. So I'm going to start our timer, and I will see all of you when we come back from the break. Welcome back. If you can give me that good thumbs up, a few people already did, either in the chat or in the reaction for Zoom to let me know you're back. That's wonderful. I think Ben is still eating lunch, but he's here. If you're not an Eastern time zone person, then feel free to eat and work with us. Awesome. Looks like we have everybody back, and so I'm going to, yeah, Johnny's in Pacific time, so he's eating breakfast for his break. Really glad that you joined us. Your time zone is our best set. Awesome. Okay, so we had some good conversations at the end of our last section, and now we're going to jump into a lot more of our hands-on portion of the day, where you're actually going to run inspect scans and look at the results, tailor them, do some manual attestations of data and all sorts of fun things. So how we're going to kick this off is talking about the mechanics, and I kind of made it into like this little formula of how I think about it, of how to run inspec. So firstly, what are the requirements for running an inspec scan? These are the first three things you have to have. You have to have the inspec executable. So just like if you want to run a Python script, you have to have Python. You have to have inspec to run inspec. So when we did your lab setup script in Codespaces, this downloaded inspec for you in that environment. You could also run inspec from your local machine or another machine or a pipeline, as long as you install inspec as a software dependency in that particular machine. We have that in our Codespaces now, so you're already good for the first check. Also, we have some documentation here in the installation tab, which you can also get to from down here. And this is something you can reference. There's multiple ways you can download inspec. So we were just running on a Linux machine, so there's different options here. If you ever have questions about that and you're not seeing what you need, then you can always reach out to the SAP team. Okay, so back to section 6. So we have inspec, that's a check. The next requirement, yes, Brian. The next requirement is a target. So we have to have something to test. In our situation, like Brian just mentioned in the chat, we have 2 containers running in our Codespaces. We have, let me bring up my Codespaces and show you again. In our Docker tab, you can see that we have an Nginx container running and we have a Red Hat 8 container running. So we can target either of these 2 containers as the thing that we want to test. That's what we're going to do. In practice, this could be anything that you want to test. A lot of the stuff we talked about in the beginning. Did you identify all your software components? Do you know what you want to test? Those are your targets. The other thing you have to have is an inspec profile. So we talked about this definition in the previous section, and we looked at it as well on GitHub. An inspec profile is just a collection of a bunch of different Ruby files that have inspec tests in them. So when I say an inspec profile, I just mean a bunch of code that runs tests. And we organize these in a repository or a folder. These inspec profiles are what we showed you from the SAP validation page on the SAP site. So again, inspec, we gave you some installation instructions here. You have to have it on whatever machine you are running and executing the scan. That machine does not have to be the same machine as the target. In fact, usually we do it as 2 separate machines. So we have one machine that has inspec. We may have lots of targets, and this inspec machine says, hey, go test that target and this target and this target. It doesn't require an agent. Inspec does not require an agent. So we have inspec, we have our target, and we have to have our code, our actual tests. That's our inspec profile. Any questions on this? Does it make sense? When I'm looking up here, I'm looking at all your Zoom pictures to see your thumbs ups. So awesome. Okay, so then here's what this is. I kind of named this myself, so if you like it, that's great. If not, you can use whatever inspec documentation says about it. But this is what I called the inspec command formula of how I think about how do I make my inspec command when I'm actually running a scan. Before we look at this, I want to note that you could run this yourself on a machine, or you may not see this happen if you're putting it in a pipeline. So you could tell a pipeline, I want you to run this command, and then, you trigger the pipeline, or someone else might trigger the pipeline that didn't write that command, and the command will run in the pipeline. So this is if you want to run it yourself from wherever you are. So here's kind of what I think of as the inspect command formula. I have to have the word inspect. That's telling my machine what I'm actually running. Just like if you were to run Python, you'd write Python. Exec is the command, and that's like you're executing a profile. That's kind of how I think of it. So inspect exec, those are two required words for running an inspect scan. Then I want to tell inspect, where is the profile that has all the tests? This could be a URL. So I could give it a URL to a GitHub repository. If I have the profile locally, I can give it the path to that local folder. It doesn't really matter where it is. I just need to be able to give the path to where are the tests. Then I give this -t as a flag, and I tell it, what is the target? So my machine has to know what I'm testing. This includes the transport in the way that we write it, and I'll show you that in just a second. Then I have some more flags I put here with extra stuff. This includes things like our inputs that we're going to tailor, and I'll show you that in a second too. And it could include other types of flags depending on you wanting to change or add particular settings to your command. And we have a link here that talks about all of the things you could put in this command, but I wanted to keep it high level. So then the other thing you have to tell inspect is what to do with the results. So the -- reporter flag is how you can tell it, do you want these results to print out to your terminal? Do you want them to be saved into a file? How do you want them to be written? And so on and so forth. So what kind of file? That's what you have to have. So just real quick again, inspect exec, these are your two required words. Where is the profile? Where are the tests? -t is my target. What am I targeting? This includes how do I get there? What is my transport? More flags with extra stuff, lots of fancy features like inputs and other things. And then what should I do with these results? Okay. Here I break it down a little bit. I just told you exactly, inspect exec tells your terminal what it's using and the command is. Where is the profile? So I just mentioned this, if the inspect profile is stored locally, you can write a path to that file location. So this could be your path. It could be stored somewhere like root path to inspect profiles, nginx profile. Obviously I made that up, but you could put some path to a local folder that has inspect tests. If you want to reach out to the internet and use the profile from GitHub directly or GitLab or something like that, you do not have to put the path. Instead, you can put the URL to that profile. I wish I could see your eyes, but I think so far so good.
Hey, Emily, I have a question
yes.
for you.
Yes.
So you're using, some type of Unix directory path. What about Windows for
You
profiles?
just give a Windows path.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Great question. Anything else?
Yeah, you can also like store your profiles on a web server as tarballs or zip files and just point to that endpoint. And inspect knows how to unwrap it and run it and all that kind of thing. So you could kind of use any kind of endpoint, right? As long as it's in a format that inspect knows how to talk to via a GitHub repo or a tarball or a zip file or a folder path or anything like that, right? And that's documented on the inspect README files and, that kind of thing. But hopefully that makes sense, right?
Any other questions? I'm giving you a lot of this good, juicy information all at once.
Yeah. So, and one follow-up is, just to kind of follow on with what Anthony was saying, right? Inspect supports every platform in terms of from a runner, and that kind of thing. It supports Windows. I mean, heck, we even have builds for like ZOS and mainframes and Unix and Mac and Linux. So you can use anything you want for a runner. Basically anything that Ruby runs on, Inspect will run on because it is Ruby. So.
Cool. Okay. Where's the profile we just talked about? What is the target? So you need to tell the runner what the target is. You add this information after that -T flag, and you can test your local machine. But oftentimes in practice, we use one machine as an inspect runner, and then we target many machines, especially in a pipeline context, because in a pipeline, you usually have a runner, and then it reaches out to whatever targets are available in that time to scan at a particular frequency. So we don't as often run in practice, at least in my daily life, I don't as often run against my local machine, but sometimes I do. And so that's something you totally can do. So if you want to run against your work machine, you could do that if you have inspect on it. You could also test a virtual machine. You could test a Docker container and other things. We mentioned it before the break, I think, but there are different transport options as to how to connect that runner to that target. So we talked about SSH, we talked about WinRM. Those are two that are very common, but I have in that bottom section more information on it. There are more transports. So you also have a Docker transport. There's a Kubernetes transport. There's an AWS SSM, something session manager. I don't remember what it stands for. Transport, which I'm using in practice right now. And there are probably lots more that I'm not listing. So just know that there's different ways you can reach your target depending on what makes the most sense for your context. We today are going to use the Docker transport because we have these two Docker containers running, so that's what we're going to use in our practice. There's a lot of different things, like I just said, that you could put in that extra stuff. I was trying to give you the main requirement things, but one of the things that we will put in our extra stuff is the inputs when we tailor the inputs. And I'll get into that in the next section, but to preview it, basically each profile has a set of tests and essentially a set of assumptions that your environment is set up in a certain way. If your target has a different list of admin users or a different requirement for password length, or the list continues, you can, instead of having to copy the whole inspect profile and change it for your own use case, all you have to do is tell inspect, use that profile, but for these inputs that are defined, change these 3 inputs to make them not the default value. So what we can do is we can pass an input file with some values defined if we want to overwrite the default value for a particular input. This is just like, if anyone's has coding experience, this is just like using variables and then assigning a new value to that variable. We will get into that in the next section. And then the next idea is, what should inspect do with the results? And the reason I put it in this order is because usually we put this at the end, just by practice. So this is the -- reporter flag. And there's different options for what you can have as Inspec's way to report the results. In this example that I have right here highlighted, I have the flag, and then I tell it, okay, Inspec, please give me the output to the CLI. Give it to the output to my terminal where I just ran this command, and space. In this context right here, the space means and. Also, please give my results in a JSON file, which I'm specifying to you using this colon. I want at this location. Okay, so -- reporter, please tell me in my output on my command line, and please put this in a JSON file at this particular path with this particular name.
So Emily, there's a question in the chat. So Tom
Okay.
was asking, does the -t SSH : / in the README mean you're targeting your local machine? No. So local export or local targeting doesn't require anything in the -t. If you don't put a target in there, it assumes local. If you put a -t or target in there, it assumes that you're going to want to use a transport to go talk to something.
Excellent point. And I want to bring up this little green section I have right here. I just told you these different elements of this formula. Some of these things I have in here are required. I have to write inspec, I have to write exec. There are some things here, if I do not write, I will give a default value. You don't have to use absolute, you can do relative paths. I just did it for an example. So for default values, I do not have to put the -t flag or -- target. Also, those are equal. You could do -t or you could do -- target. If I do not put this, then I'm targeting my local machine. So if you want to run against your local machine, you just don't put that -t and you don't put anything there. Similarly, if I have no -- reporter flag, this defaults to print the results to my terminal. Basically, it's the same thing as if I had -- reporter space CLI, and that's it. It won't save it to a file or anything like that. So these two flags are technically optional because they have these default values. However, if you want something besides the default, you have to specify them. Will, are you available?
Yes.
Just kidding. I was gonna have you change my poll real quick, but I actually think I'm just going to launch it how it is. Okay. I think this is a good moment. I just told you a lot of information. I want to ask you 2 questions, and then we're gonna discuss the answers to that, and we're going to discuss all the other questions you might have about this.
So let's see, answering one of the other questions in chat. If you have one runner and many targets, how do you execute amongst all those targets, David? Is that what you're asking, or?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, if you have a bunch of servers you're trying to execute this on, like, what goes in the -t area?
Right.
So that's a good question.
So there's no client, remember, right? So each particular inspec run is runner to target, right? So your -t would always be the instance or the target you're trying to get to. If you have a list of them, there's multiple approaches that we use to kind of fan that out, right? We can use a cron job, we can use a script. We're helping Chef write out a new feature called Parallel, which kind of abstracts this, where you can put like a list of machines that you want to target, which profile, their credentials, all that kind of happy stuff in there. We've written out Ansible playbooks. You can use Ansible inventories. There's multiple ways to do it. But remember, at the end of the day, inspec is just a Ruby gem. It's just a Ruby binary, right? And to target multiple things in parallel or in succession, right? You do it just like you would any other kind of shell command, right? Using those kinds of means. There are utilities that help kind of abstract this, right? But really, at the end of the day, it's a shell call from runner to target.
Thank you.
Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Cool.
So right now, as an example, David, I have a pipeline that takes inventory of a bunch of different assets, and then that pipeline for each of those assets will run an inspect command. So, first asset, run this inspect command, second one, run another command, and so on. Also, just to raise your spirits in case you find it hard, this poll is intended to be tricky, so don't feel bad if it's challenging. I have about 23 answers so far, so I'm waiting on probably 10 more.
And so it is a very big help if you guys, do engage with the surveys and the questions, because it really helps us gauge where we could improve, where we're doing a good job in communicating, right? All that.
Also, it's kind of important from like a student perspective, right? I know for me, if nobody ever stops to ask me if I can do it myself, then I probably won't be able to. So this is another reason why we ask you, because if we just tell you, then it's one thing, but if you make it yourself, it's definitely different. I'm going to give you another minute. "30 seconds, and we'll wrap up. If you have last thoughts. All right, I'm going to close the poll in just a few seconds. If you're on the fence, just give me your last best guess. All right. Hold on, let me share. Okay, this was a tricky poll, but a lot of you did a really good job. So the first question, what are the minimum requirements that you need to have to be able to run inspec? So that's what I kind of went over up here. However, I want to discuss some of these answers. So the answer of the minimum requirements that you need to run inspec is only 3 things. It's inspec, a target, and an inspec profile. Those are the 3 things that if you have them, you can run an inspec scan.
Wasn't a positive attitude also necessary?
That helps.
I think I read that in the docs.
For assessors, we don't have positive attitudes.
The other 2 answers here that are not required are the SAF and inputs file. Firstly, the SAF overall, like we talked about earlier, it's not a tool, it's not one thing, it's a framework. So Inspec is a tool that we put into the SAF as, you know, something that you can utilize, but the overarching frame, I mean, if someone, you know, if Sally Sue from, you know, my neighbor decided, hey, I'd love to run an Inspec scan, she could go look up Inspec, download it, run against a target, and run it using an Inspec profile without ever knowing what the SAF was. So, so you don't have to have, you know, the SAF. The SAF is a framework. It's a way to organize these ideas. The other thing is an inputs file. So this is not a minimum requirement to run Inspec. However, if you want to tailor your profile specifically to your target, that's when you want to use an inputs file, or perhaps modify the inputs in your command line or other way, because you can do it in multiple ways. We're going to look at how to do it via an inputs file. Does anyone want to volunteer to kind of explain that in another way? Can anyone tell me why the inputs file is not required? I just want somebody to kind of phrase it
Well,
in their own way.
the Inspec profile has certain values in it, and consider those the default values. And if they're fine and don't need to be changed, you don't really need an inputs file.
Precisely. Thank you for adding to that, because I felt like another way of saying it was going to be useful, and that was a great way to say it. Thank you, Milton, I believe, right? Yes, if you don't give it an inputs file, it will use default values provided in the Inspec profile. That is why you don't have to have an inputs file. But like I said, if you want to tailor your profile specifically to a target or a purpose, that's why you would want to use an inputs file. Again, not required. We were talking about the minimum requirements. Thank you so much. Okay, the next part is harder. So which of the following are valid commands to run Inspec? The first one, you all are absolutely right. We have Inspec exec, we have a profile, that's what we're going to run. We have a -t for our target. We have, you know, Docker's our transport, and our container name is Nginx. We have our -- reporter, and we are going to output our results to the CLI. Great. Wonderful. We have our formula here. If I, let me see if I can make, I don't know if you guys can see my Zoom thing at the same time. So we have this formula. We had the 2 words, we had the profile, the target, and we had the reporter. Extra flags are just that, they're extra stuff. The second one, Inspec exec profile -t, this doesn't have a reporter flag. Is it correct or not correct? Is it valid? Number 2 is the second one valid?
Yeah, because the results will end up in your terminal.
Yes, absolutely. So remember over here at the default, if you don't have a reporter flag, it will print to your terminal. So the first 2 so far are correct. The next one, Inspec exec profile, no target. Is it valid?
No, because you need a target.
Isn't the default your local?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Absolutely.
Default could be local.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. So good try, good try. My 6th grade math teacher would always be like, good try, but no. She would let us down, tried to let us down nicely. If you do not have the target flag, it will target your local machine. But it's important to know that, because if you're not hoping to target your local machine and you miss that -t flag, you're not going to be running what you want to be running. Okay, so the first 3 are valid. The 4th one, Inspec exec / my local Nginx profile -t my target -- reporter CLI. Is it valid or no?
Yes, that's valid, because the profile doesn't need to be remote. It could be local,
Absolutely.
but a local location.
Perfect. Thank you, Justin. And this is an example of a path, and it's a relative path. So That totally works. The last one, inspect profile -t target -- reporter CLI. Is it valid or not?
No, because it's missing that exec.
Okay, this was a really, really hard poll question. You guys did a really great job, and I'm glad for anyone that did mess it up, because it's totally reasonable to do so, and this is the opportunity to catch and understand that mistake. So the last one here is the only one that's not valid. The other ones had all provided a default without the flag, or different type of way to tell where the profile was. The last one is missing an essential word, which is exec. So you have to, for you to run that inspect scan, specifically an inspect scan, you have to say inspect exec. I will pause and try not to confuse you to say there are other commands that inspect can do, so it doesn't always have to be inspect exec, but for our purposes, we are going to be using inspect exec as our command. I'm going to pause. Any questions or things you want to bring up from the chat?
We had did we answer Brian McDonald's question already?
Which question?
The one about the inputs file.
So if you elect to use an inputs file, do you need to include all, or will it default back? So when you provide an inputs file, it will set the inputs that you specify. Otherwise, it will use the defaults.
So if you're only changing one input and there are 20, you only need to put one input in your input file.
Correct.
So sometimes people will set inputs for things like let's say you're writing an inspect profile for scanning a database. So you need to pass inspect a database login to be able to assess the system, right? But you don't want to hard code that. You don't want to save it in your at the base of your profile, right? So what you do is you define an input for stuff like the database password, but you leave it blank, and you can specify that it needs to be like a protected variable that doesn't show up in inspect's output. And then you can have your inputs file separately that actually contains what your password is, that you can then pass into your inspect execution. So you're not really changing any defaults, but you are passing in only the inputs that actually need to be like set at runtime in order for the profile to work. So you can do stuff like that too.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
in
that's a
general, the question was, do I need to be exhaustive or non-exhaustive, right? So it's definitely non-exhaustive, right? And you can just override what you need to. And you can do that in multiple ways, right? You can do it via a file. You can do it via the command line, right? You can even do it via some plugins that we've
You can
written.
force an intern to type it out. That's one of my favorites.
Right. We can use plugins for things like HashiCorp Vault or other plugin, basically data source plugins that let you pull information, right, from multiple sources, that type of thing. So the ecosystem is fairly robust, right? But it's ever growing. So
We're going to touch on inputs, but I think though that brings up some points that we don't necessarily cover off the bat. So if we have a lot more questions about inputs, then we can definitely go into some detail on that, because all of those things are really important.
Right.
So I'm going to stop sharing the poll results, but good job to the people, everybody who filled it out and responded. So I think you are pretty well equipped now at the components of the inspect command formula of what I call. The additional couple things I wanted to touch on this page was that if you, I'm going to show you this now. If you want to run it with me, you can. But I just want to show you one real example. We are going to, in section 8, we're going to actually run a bunch of commands and do stuff with it. But this is just our first, let's make this command and run it. So this is our example for right now. We have the inspect exec words, like I just told you. We are going to go ahead.
This might be a good spot to just remind the students that more than likely you'll have to refresh your code space, or just double check that your code space is working before they go try to run this command and get some errors and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Let me double check mine. Mine's probably off too. No, mine's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
when I tried it after lunch, I also had to restart Docker.
Yeah, you probably do. If you, what you can do, if that's not restarted, as an easy way to do it is just run your lab setup script again. Lab setup.sh. That will make sure that your Docker containers are up and running. You can also go to your little Docker extension and see if they're listed there, and if they're stopped, you could click start.
Well, Emily, why don't you run the lab setup and just let them kind of see what it should look like now that they've gone through that process?
It's pretty similar because it just doesn't have to run anything, and then at the end it'll say something related to your two containers, something about them being up to date and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and then there's the verify script as well.
Yeah. And this at the end, I think it will tell you that they're running. We, the verify script is checking that we have inspec installed too, and that sort of thing, just to kind of reinforce what we were just talking about. So we have inspec on there of version 5.22.29, and we have these two targets that are running, these two containers. So right there, we can prove that we have two of the three minimum requirements. We have inspec and we have a target. So when you target the Docker container, you can use this container ID, or you can use the image name. I'm going to use the image name in the example, or sorry, the name here. I'm going to use that name in the example. So back to our section content. I have my two required words here for this command. I'm going to run the inspec profile against our Nginx web server that's running in this Docker container in my GitHub code spaces. So this is a scan of the Nginx web server. So I have inspec exec, my two required words here. Then I have the profile. I'm using the profile from GitHub. I have my -t for the target. I'm using Docker as the transport. This is just the syntax of how I write this, so I have to put : / and then I listed the name of my container. Like I just told you, I can use this name, or I can use this container ID in that spot. I think the name is easier, so I just use the name, but it's up to you. Then I did a -- reporter, and right now I'm just going to output the results to the terminal. Are there any questions on the inspec exec command that we're going to run? Awesome. You can press this button, and if you see that it copied successfully, that will copy the code. Sometimes it doesn't copy, so if it doesn't work with that button, just actually highlight it and copy it. In my terminal, in my code spaces, I'm gonna make it a little bigger. Can you see the bottom of my screen?
You might as well just expand it all the way up, Emily, using the up arrow.
I don't want to expand it all the way because it's not going to be what it looks like for them. But can you see the bottom where I'm going to type?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So here I put the same exact command, and the first time you run inspec, it's going to ask you if you accept this license. So I just type yes. It will only ask me that one time. And then it's going to run my profile. and it will take a minute or two. If you are following along, you can go ahead and run yours as well. And if anyone's having any issues with running it, please ask in the chat or take off mute. Cool. So if you run it, you should get something like this. This is my output to the CLI. I did not save this file anywhere, but my profile summary, remember we haven't hardened this. It's not, we are just our vanilla case, you know, we just took it as it was default. And so in this state, we had 27 successful controls, 26 failures, and 36 skipped. A lot of those skips are probably because of it being in a container, and some of the things are not relevant in a container. I'm assuming. We can look at it in a little bit. We will look at these results in a little bit, but I just wanted to be able to show you that this is how the command works. And this is the kind of data we'll get out in our file shortly. If you are with me, then give me a thumbs up. Cool. Still the apple, I love it. Cool. And Brian, don't feel too worried if it takes a minute, because this was kind of a bonus that we ran this. We're going to run it again in like 2 sections. Oh, but you do need to get your code space up for the next section. So don't feel worried if you didn't get to run this yet, because something's still getting set up.
And that is one question I didn't ask after we got back from lunch. Everybody's now running a code space, right? We resolved most of the issues. Is there anybody that's not in their code space yet? All right. Use the Docker name instead of the ID. Does it? I'm not sure what you mean by does it have to match exactly?
I'm wondering if you can do like basically would it fill in the rest? So let's see.
I'm wondering, like, because you just put in Nginx, what if you have some variant of Nginx, like you have multiple Dockers with similar names or like extensions to the name? Because I noticed that the name that we're using is not exactly what the image name is.
So I'm not using the image name. I'm using the name under names.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were using the image name.
No, that's a good question. And it looks like sometimes when you run commands for certain software, it might like, you know, if I didn't give it the whole thing, it might guess the rest because of it only having these 2 accessible. I just tried that and it didn't work. So it looks like you do have to give it the whole name.
Yeah, so technically what she's using here is when we built the Docker container, we tagged the container with a name, right? So this is it's not really a name, it's a tag, right? So we're using the tag.
Yeah, but I can use this ID. So if I go here, I can run E761AB06C592E or whatever. If I run this, it's the same thing as if I had just used the name Nginx. But I'm assuming we might have different container IDs, everyone. So it's a little easier for consistency in this class setting if we're using the name. But I could see where like in a pipeline, especially, you might just list out all your containers and run by container ID, something like that. Any other questions about that?
Yeah, anybody who's having trouble, one thing we can do is just turn on a screen share and walk you through typing out the command, if that would help.
Mm-hmm. Can you use the first view of a container ID? You know, remember what I talked about earlier about test-driven development? that's how I live my life. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try. So I just deleted some, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
It looks like it probably will work. It looks like it's working. We'll see. So that's what I would suggest for all of you as well. Like, luckily, software has advanced to the point where it doesn't take days to run things and redone punch cards and things like that. So we should take advantage of that privilege now. And, you know, if we're curious, try it out. So awesome. Good news, Brian. So the answer to Tom's question is yes, you can give it a partial container ID. Any other questions?
Has everybody been able to run your inspect command?
And remember, we got to ask that question backwards. So has anybody not been able to run it?
Mm-hmm. Have no fear. There's always a couple of people. And honestly, some of the best like teaching we can do is just by walking people through it so we can see what we haven't directly touched on.
Don't it all feel like worried about that? We learn from each other together, and also we are completely on track. Like, you're not gonna set us back. Okay, David says get some errors with the verify lab script.
Did you get like a warning about the node version? Yeah. Yeah, we need to bump the some of the underlying software in the course, but I don't think it's going to affect anything to do with what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that is something I have in my notes to update after this. So thanks for that catch, David.
Cool. So it seems like everybody ran their first inspect profile.
Woo-hoo!
Cue the theme music I gave you last night, Emily.
Yeah, Aaron was queuing up a bunch of music for this moment, and I should have had it on my soundtrack.
I was just showing her how diverse the greatest hits collection from Queen could be, because I just could pick up songs from that album and use them in almost any context. It was great.
It's true. It's very true. We already talked some about this transport stuff, but I'm just going to show you really quick. We used the Docker transport just now. If you were using the SSH transport, you could do it like this. So it'd be SSH : // you could do it like this: username, password at IP, or something of a similar nature. You could also have a file, right, that's allowing you to SSH. So there's documentation on different transports. I feel like I wish it was all in the same place, and I don't feel like it is. So if you ever
Yeah,
have
that's what I was going to
trouble-
ask. Is there like, so you got Docker and SSH, but do you have like something similar for like the AWS or whatever other?
The reason why not all of it's in the same place is because some of it is like a separate plugin. So like the AWS SSM train plugin is a separate plugin that you say install this plugin. And I'll be honest with you right now, I thought the documentation was a little bit lacking, so I actually have a pull request to this person to update it. So this is another example of you know, helping the community.
And we've broken up InSpec into basically an ecosystem of plugins, what we call plugins and resource packs. So the resource is to do inspection on types or targets of things like AWS, Kubernetes, VMware, you know, that kind of thing, is all in resource packs. There's train plugins, which are separate plugins. And then there's even reporter plugins that you can actually have it generate your own personal kind of report if you really want to. You can write a plugin that'll create a report on exactly what you need. So so it's a fairly wide ecosystem.
Yeah, so another question Brian just asked is there a way to see the profile we just ran? Yes. You just told inspec where to find it, so you can go to the same place to find it yourself. So if whether that's a file, go to that file location. If that's the URL, you can go to that URL location. So if I just ran it using this URL, so now if I go to that URL location, this is exactly what it ran. It ran this inspec profile. And we get into it more in the developer class, but basically if I go to this file, I can see some information, some metadata about this profile. And then in my controls folder, I can see all of these controls that it ran. And if I want to see exactly the code it ran, I can see that. We also are going to visualize the data in a minute where you can also see this information. So you don't have to go here to find it. And the one other thing I was going to show you, the README. So you can look at the README to get some more information. And you can see in this file, the inspec.yaml file, which we're going to talk about, you can see the default inputs, or there's always so many options, guys. Or you can see the inputs that it used in your results file when we visualize it. So I'm going to show you all those things. So yes, there's absolutely a way to see that profile, and there's absolutely a way to get the type of information from that profile in the results file when you are looking at the results. Does that help, Brian?
Just a reminder for everybody to check their mute button. So.
Awesome. Okay, so we went over the section 6. There's a note here on a lot of different ways you can deploy inspec. I'm going to leave that for another discussion another time. But we do have a link to this FAQ on our website in here. And we also be happy to talk about it more either in the follow-on trainings or one-on-one later on, but I kind of want to keep it moving for now. Awesome. To the topic we've been referencing for a long time. We're talking about inputs. Let me catch up over here. Okay.
So the thing I want to remind the students about is, remember, we talked about this in various general ways, right? So we talked about the fact that, you know, when you hard code thing in your testing content, you generate false positives and false negatives. Sometimes when you have different target environments, like I have a different organization and they might have a different banner, different values for things. Sometimes I might have a sensitive versus non-sensitive environment, right? Inputs were developed to be an abstraction layer for data for changing what your test is testing for in the spirit of the requirement. So if you kind of keep that generalization in mind as Emily is going through the various use cases, you know, hopefully the dots will start to connect on what we were trying to do with the, you might think of as the parameterization layer of profiles.
Yeah, so we've referenced it already. I'm going to kind of just add a little bit to that background, and then we're going to look at it more in practice and answer some of your questions. So, like Aaron just mentioned, every inspec profile that we have available on the staff site is written to comply with some security guidance. However, sometimes each environment might be a little bit different. So there are variables and values in that, even in the guidance itself, that may require you to do something different for different targets. The example I used that I think is always relevant is the list of admin users. You're going to have a different list of admin users than another organization, for example, perhaps. Yeah, and another example could be like the path to a particular type of file might be different configured in your environment. So to easily accommodate for those differences, that's why we're using these inputs, so that we can provide this little wrapper, like, no, I wouldn't, that's probably not the right word. I forget the word Aaron just said. Anyway,
I'm sorry, say again.
you said a word I wanted to repeat and now I forget.
Parameterization.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, parameterization is a good way to say it. So, and this note here says it is, like we've talked about, it is best practice to run profiles with inputs so that it's properly tailored to your environment, or at least it's good to check what are those default values so that you are aware of what the results are reflecting. So here's an important thing to note. There's a file in every inspect profile that's called inspect.yaml. That's what I was just showing Brian. These have the default values in them for all the inputs. As the user, you do not change the inputs in the inspect.yaml. Then you would be changing the default value, and you would be making your profile different than the profile everybody else is running. And oftentimes you may not have a local copy because that may not be the best way to do it of this profile. You might want to have the latest updates and therefore just be pulling it from a different source. So you don't want to change those default values. You don't want to have your own specialized copy of this if you can avoid that. Instead, you can create a separate file that we've talked about that's called something like inputs.yaml, although in practice you could name it anything you wanted to, where you define those values for inputs you want to overwrite or change from the default value. Like Aaron mentioned earlier, there are also other ways to overwrite the values. For example, you could do it in line. What was the other way you said, Aaron?
Well, I mean, you were talking about doing it via the CLI or inline, right? So I can do it right from the command line, which is a really good way to do it. Like if you're running it in a pipeline and you have an environment variable that's set in that pipeline and, dot, 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 that kind of thing. There's also plugins that people have created for being able to pull input value from like HashiCorp Vault or AWS's parameter store, or similar types of enterprise solutions where you have some standardized defaults that you want to normalize, all those types of things. But basically it's just I need to be able to get the key value store from someplace, and Inspect fundamentally supports all the kind of normal ways you would do that via flat file, via data store, right, via database, etc.
Okay, yeah, that's great. And then we have a link here out to the Chef documentation on inputs. So this can give you some more context if you're interested in kind of the details. So this, for example, shows you how it would be defined. Like this is how it would be defined in the inspect.yaml file, but this is how it might be used in the actual test file. And then it will replace the value as it was supposed to. And then this is talking about how you can set it. So yeah, inline in the control code, which is what we're, we don't usually do this. We let the user change it. We don't change this default. We look at the CLI options or the inspect file. I think Aaron did a better job than this list at explaining that.
Well, the idea that we want to get you guys in the habit of is that, what am I really going for here? I'm going for an operational context, right? Like real day-to-day, I'm using this and it's in production, right? So how am I going to do that? I'm going to positively configuration manage the profiles and their versions and what people are running. What are my default inputs? How am I letting them shape that a little bit, right? To meet their specific needs. There needs to be process and procedure in this. So we're trying to get you into that habit early, right? And from the start. So that way, when you get to success, you're already there, right?
So me, I'm going to ask you a poll. Brian will show you our example of an inputs file in just a minute.
So the inputs file is always just a YAML file at the end of the day. Aaron, I'm taking a look at the inspec YAML file that we just used. And something that I don't see at the beginning of it, considering what y'all just went over about the difference between the inspect and inputs. One of the nice things, at least on rel distributions, that I noticed is when there's a config file that the user really shouldn't modify because there's some other utility or process that takes care of generating that file, there's always a warning at the top. Have you ever considered putting that as an element at the top of your inspec YAML file to remind users they shouldn't be modifying that file, that they should be using the inputs? We could.
See, there are quite a few use cases where you actually do want to modify the inspect.yaml. Like if you're building a profile that needs to pull in a different dependency.
Well,
but that would be its own inspect.yaml. That wouldn't be you wouldn't modify the, right? Like you wouldn't modify the dependent profiles inspect.yaml file.
It depends on where the profile is in the chain or whatever. So the answer to your question is yes, we could add a header as a default part of the profile generation that basically mentions, right, in only particular cases, use cases, you would modify this, right? The best practice is to use one of these three methods. Please find the documentation here, right? Which, you know, would go right along with another activity that we, the inspect community, have talked about for a long time but never gotten around to doing, which is a style guide. You know, and a best practices guide that we just put right on the site for people to reference, use, and all that kind of stuff. So absolutely, you know, and please, you know, add that in so we can make a note to raise it to the larger community.
Yeah, I'll put it in a note
Next
here.
monthly meeting. All right, thank you. Yep, yeah, and so it's not technically auto-generated. So this isn't like AutoSF, right? Where I could easily do that and say, don't modify this, modify the cron.d, blah, 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 right? It's the same, you know, that's where you'd like to go, but it unfortunately isn't that simple. But we could add a little bit of guardrail there to go, hey, go learn this and then make the right decision.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to bring up, to do that, because the reason why I've said it like 4 times and had a big warning section in the content is because it's a hard concept to convey. There are certain, you know, it's, oh, in this case do this, in that case do that. The files sound really similar, but they're different. So sometimes it's a hard thing to communicate, and I think that's a really good idea about putting something in the file.
Well, and we've noticed across the end user community, right? By default, people's natural inclination is, oh, here's where that's set, I'll just change it. Right. And people just naturally make that assumption.
I'll give you 30 more seconds for our poll if you haven't had a chance. You might get, I don't know, depending on what staff instructor you get, depends on how many polls you're going to have to answer. So, so if you like them, then that's great. If you don't, then just hold out for another one of our team members to teach.
Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna close the poll. We had most people answer this correctly. So the right answer is the second one, that you should modify the inputs.yaml file when using different input values. Modify is probably actually not the right term here, because you would create that file yourself and then you modify the inputs in there. The first one is what we've been talking about you shouldn't do, and I'm glad we have 0% on that. So we don't want to edit the inspect.yaml file in the context of our discussion today. And the last one says you should set default input values in the inputs.yaml file. You don't need to set any defaults there. The defaults are taken care of for you in the inspect.yaml file. And if you want to use the default value, you don't have to write that in your inputs file. So like Brian was asking earlier, if there are 20 inputs that you could change and you only need to change one of them and the rest will be default, you can add one input in your inputs file that overwrites the one you care about, and the other 19 will be set to the default in that inspect.yaml file. So the last one is not necessary. Any questions on that? Hopefully, we've said this in enough different ways to kind of get the picture, but I really like the suggestions about ways to communicate it in the future.
Does everyone feel sufficiently beaten down?
I feel it.
Yes.
Can you tell where we've had issues with end users before? And
And for the record, I don't blame anyone for making that kind of mistake, you could say, or doing that in a way that we don't do it. But that's one of the reasons why in this training we want to go over it and make sure everyone understands how we do like to do it. So we're going back to our code spaces. So open up your lab environment. Again, I expect that people's environment will not have gone to sleep. If it has, then you can restart it just like you did before. I'm going to split screen here so you can kind of see both of the things I'm doing.
And sometimes also a browser refresh I found works well.
Yeah, I'm going to also close my side panel, but we are in section 7 of the user class. So if you are not sure, just for more space for me. We're in 7.2 right here. So on this left side of my, rearranging a little bit, on this left side of my code spaces in the top icon, I have my file explorer. So I want to click that. So I go back to my files here. And what I'm going to do is we ran this profile earlier and we just output the results to the terminal, but we didn't modify any inputs. So we could go through and talk about the ways that you need to determine the values of the inputs. But in this case, I've done it for you in advance. And actually, oh yeah, I did run this yesterday, so it should be right. I was gonna say maybe I have a different version or something, but I did these values for you. So we're going to essentially skip this human part, but I want to note that in your process, when you're determining this, this is where we can't make things magic and we can't skip this human part. Like we have to think from our own perspective and perhaps work with our team and other people. Like we were talking about in the beginning, we have a lot of diverse different roles in this class about what these values are supposed to look like. So I did the same thing when I did this the first time, and I talked to Aaron and I said, hey, can we look at this? Can we look at these inputs? Do I need to modify this? Do I need to modify that? And what I did is I'd go and I'd look at the path in the target and I'd say, oh, is that where my key file is? And, I'd think about the version. I'd go check what my different users are and different things like that. There are some things you might be able to determine based on your organizational policy, like, are you going to use PKI, that sort of thing. So we did that in advance. What I want to do with you is use this input file and run it by running our profile. So we're going to right click in your Explorer area and click New File. Or you could also click this button here that would create a new file. And I'm going to call this file inputs .yaml. This has to be a YAML file, but you could call it by a different name. Here I'm going to copy the content I have that I showed you into the file. Aaron, do you want to mention anything else about actually setting the inputs or determining their value?
I mean, it's fairly straightforward, right? The inputs are parameters in my inspect tests that say, what should you be testing for? What's the expectation, right? So normally they're the values of expectation for my various tests, right? Because the requirement that you might be implementing is the banner should be what I want it to be. The password length should be 10 or 15 or 12, or, you know, the user list should contain these users, right? And none of that specifics, right, are really all that relevant to the organization, other than the fact that the organization said, I picked a value, right? I said 12 is good enough. And, you know, but the DoD says it's 15, but my organization said 12 for the cloud because whatever, and, you know, that kind of thing. So as you're looking at what you're testing for and all that, is these are the agreements of what is secure enough for the application or system or mission that I'm doing. And we tried to make it such that if and when somebody changed a decision, right, reduced in a requirement, increased the detail of a requirement, right, you didn't actually have to go modify or manage a whole new code base. You just change the value and you pass that in and say, in this particular instance, et cetera, right? So as you guys are thinking about inputs, right, that's kind of what they're there for, right, in spirit. And so it's like, is this value that I'm giving it good enough? Does it meet the thing that I'm trying to validate? And sometimes it's pretty straightforward, right? This is supposed to be a number, you know, this is supposed to be a user, this is supposed to be a string, right? This is a Boolean. And there is a way to document in the profile manifest, which is what the inspect.yaml is. You know, kind of what is this thing supposed to be? What's its type? What's the description of what its function is, right? This is an input that does this for, you know, the profile, etc. So that's all there. And that's actually fairly verbose, right? Is it required or not? Is it sensitive, right? So I don't want to output the value of this in any of the reports. I'm just going to put ... So things like passwords, usernames, those types of sensitive data that you need to test for, but you don't want to show. You just want to know, did you pass or not? All that kind of stuff is built into the inputs and the parameterization. So.
Yeah, and so we don't have an example of that, the sensitive one here, but I could show you another one if you're interested. But the thing I want to mention about that is that Aaron just mentioned you don't have to deal with like a bunch of configuration management. You just deal with this one file of inputs. So just to note here, like we have an inputs file here that's in our runner in this case, right? This is our little code space environment that has inspect in it and so on and so forth. We don't have our inspect profile here. Our inspect profile is on GitHub, and we're calling it by calling its GitHub URL. So we don't have to worry about anything with the profile. We just store that inputs file and manage that.
Sorry, say that again. I heard somebody else say something.
I think somebody said testing. If anyone was just testing their mic, yep, it's on.
Yep, that's me. I was just getting ready to ask a question. My apologies. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so I appreciate this because this has actually been one of my challenges with using the inspect profiles is doing the tailoring. And what I'm seeing is the inputs file that you are using the variable or profile, the input, and then you're giving it an actual value. On the documentation page, it does not list it that way. It provides like attributes. It's like inputs, colon, new line, dash, variable name. It's like 3 different formats, and it's really hard to know which format to use as your input file for the various profiles. So that's definitely one recommendation I would have when teaching this in the future. classes is trying to really provide the actual, this is the new format. I think it has changed since this documentation page has been released. So just my
whose documentation page are you talking about? Chef's or ours?
the chef page, the one that you link this to, Dot. That's
Yeah.
your
So this one, it lists here that it's talking about the inspect.yaml file. That's where the definition exists for these input values. And sometimes I like to call them variables instead of inputs, because there's so many I words that we say it gets confusing, right? So like this is essentially where we are defining those variables. So we would be defining the term key file path in our inspect.yaml file. And if I look over here, I can find it exactly here. And it's the same thing you were just explaining, Brian. I have the syntax of inputs, colon, dash, name, key file path, the description type and value. That's exactly how it's defined in this file. And that's how we set up that variable definition and the default value. As a user, we don't really care about doing that. As a developer, you might set this up when you develop a new profile. But as a user, we don't touch that. And instead, we create this inputs file that has slightly different syntax, because instead of defining that, we're just setting that existing value or existing key to a value. So that's why it's a little different. And in this documentation, it definitely could be more clear. But here is the syntax for that developer-oriented variable definition of the inspect.yaml file, like you were talking about. And then this is all developer-oriented. Let's see if they even put the user stuff in here. I don't know.
They don't. That's why I was saying it's unclear when you go to inputs file, it takes you to this inputs page, which really is about inspect.yaml, not really the inputs file.
Yeah. Okay. Here's finally where they put it. They put it all the way down here, setting input values using this flag. This is what we're doing here. So I think the reason it's just buried in here, and it's a little bit hard to find. And there's a lot more about the other stuff than there is about this. So this one right here is what you're looking for. It's just confusing. And what I will say is that not all of our profiles have this, but some of our profiles have it listed in that format so that you can read the README and know. And I'm going to show you an example. When our team is touching a new profile or a profile that we haven't worked on for a little bit, and we see that that's missing, we've been going in and trying to update it to make sure it's there. So what we try to make up for perhaps some of that documentation confusion, and in the profile, it like I said, it's not in every profile yet, but when we've been going through, we've been trying to update. We have this tailoring to your environment section, and this is the format you need for that file. So what you can do, what I usually do, if this section's here, I copy this whole thing, I put it in my own file, and I go one by one. I say, disable slow controls. The default is false. Do I need to change it? Nope, my default is good. I just delete it. Do I need to change it? Yes. Okay, I'm going to keep it in my file, and I'm going to set the value, to true. Sorry. Does that make sense?
100%. And again, that's great. I'm glad that the class is getting that firsthand. Like I said, that was a huge resource hole that we got in when we first started using SAF, was that understanding inputs and how to utilize them. We want to tailor for your environment. Your explanation was spot on, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, and for the record, I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but sometimes, I just realized I didn't send this, okay. Sometimes because the chef documentation is targeting a lot of different user groups at the same time, I find it a little confusing. So we try to, even our training content sometimes is just trying to clarify some of the things that are there. And again, if there are other aspects that you think are going to be more like need for clarification, or that you're interested in a different type of teaching for, that's something I would love to hear in your survey, or you could reach out to me about, because it is challenging and we want to be able to fix those barriers.
Well,
So-
and we can also bring that feedback back to Chef and Progress. We can open a PR. We can go modify the actual Chef documentation through our collaboration with them, right? Fundamentally, Chef is a developer-driven, organization, right? They're hackers and developers first. So their documentation reflects that in a lot of ways, when they haven't updated it in a long time. But a lot of times we forget, because we've decoded it in our brain, right? And so sometimes that fresh perspective of the end user going like, holy crud, where do I find this? It's such a mess. It doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, I meant to do that 2.5 years ago. There's actually 3 different subsections here, and it should be broken up into 3 different pages, and they should have a heading, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So yeah, I love getting that kind of feedback, because it half the time reminds me I meant to do that and I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, and Aaron says I meant to do that, but it's it's not just it's not just a one-person gig. Like, we have to make sure we're pushing the community and pushing Chef and other people to know that, hey, the user doesn't read it this way or that way.
Oh
One
yeah,
person-
I meant to do that was more bring it up to the Chef guys and go, hey, do you think we could break this up, make it more clear?
Yeah,
Break
definitely.
up these main sections, because this is one big wall of documentation that people get lost in. Let's
Mhm.
here.
I have one question from David. Where was that comprehensive list of inputs you have up? Where were you gonna talking about going one by one? So I have that kind of written out right here. So again, it's not every profile is completely done the same at this point, but we try to match a standard, and whenever we go update a profile, we try to update it appropriately. So how do I find the values that should be in the input file? The first thing that I would tell you to do is start by checking the README of that GitHub repository for that inspect profile. Remember from the start, how did we get there? From the very start, we went to the SAF website, saf.mitre.org. We went to our validation library. I'm sorry, I gotta make this bigger. Library, we went to our validation library, and then we found our repository. I'm gonna show this one because it does have it, even though this is not the one we're looking at right now. So we clicked our view code button. That takes us to the inspect profile on GitHub. Okay, so like I told you in the beginning, you can start and get everywhere from saf.mitre.org. Now I get to my GitHub profile, and if I scroll down for this profile, I can look in this general documentation here of the README, and I try to find this tailoring to your environment section that has a whole list of these inputs that I can copy, paste, go through each one, decide if I need to change it or not. If I don't need to change it, I can delete it. Like we talked about, the default will be run from the profile. If for some reason this is not there, like I was going to update on our profile today, but didn't yet, which I'll show you right now. Should be this one. So this is the profile we're running, the Nginx Dig Ready baseline. And when I scroll down, I didn't have a tailoring to your environment section yet. Like I said, we're updating these. If I don't have that section, then what I'm telling you to do here is to reference, not change, but reference the inspect.yaml file where all of those inputs are defined. The only thing that's a little bit more annoying about that is, like Brian said, you have to do it, you have to determine the syntax yourself. So you do conf path : whatever you want to set that to. So it's not just copied in the format it's supposed to be. But that's how you do it. And we can.
I mean, let's take a second and just let them kind of understand what they're looking at here, right? So fundamentally, here's the name, right?
Mhm.
And then it's this thing called confpath that's going to be a string, right? Here's an example of what it looks like, right?
Yep.
Let's scroll down to a number or some array or got a lot of strings. Okay. Boolean, here we go, right? We have a thing called implementation or manages auth, right? And it's a Boolean, so it's going to be a true or a false, right? So it's
So you would do manages auth : true if you wanted to change it. The one other one, the other type is if it's an array, then you would do the name system admin group : and then you would do like an actual array, and I can show you
Yeah,
that
just as a
here.
recommendation, it'd be nice if all the readmes were consistent, like this one is for was this Red Hat 7, I think?
Agreed,
Because I went and looked at the Red Hat 8 one, and it doesn't have all that nice list of variables. It says go look and inspect.
Okay, but I have a
the
PR
format
on
in
this 'cause
7
I
is
was mad
much
about it.
better.
Maybe a style guide would help.
Yeah, I have Milton, I actually put up a pull request. So the Red Hat 8 one has an active pull request because I saw that like the other day and I thought, hey, why don't we have that? So that's exactly the desire. And we, as the MITRE team, work on that whenever we're touching a profile, which I'm not going to touch the same profile every day all the time because it depends on what my use cases are in the moment. But what I'd invite you all to do is that you can create issues, or you can also modify and create pull requests. And I'm not going to go into crazy amount of detail, but like if I, because you're part of our community, and we are happy about that. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, so as the manager, right, I will definitely say all the MITRE teams on the phone, right, as we're working this for sponsors, right, you see, we got inconsistency, we haven't updated a profile, right, and you're going to go work on this, right? This is where, we as a MITRE team and we as a communicate team need to collaborate, together, open PRs, help us get all this stuff up to standards, right? Because as everybody knows, right, we have a limited number of hours and 1,000 different asks. So, this really hope to engage the community and say, please help us where you can.
This is the current like pull request I have up right now to solve exactly that problem for Rel 8 that you were talking about. But as a user, even if you don't want to make the change yourself, you can still make an issue for us. So if you go to that repository and you see something that isn't right, go to the issues. You have to be logged in, but create new issue, add a title and a description, and tell us what needs changed. So that way, at least the community knows that it's a problem if we haven't been touching that profile. So we have to work together. We have to we have to use all of our strength for this. So anyway, I'm going to touch on one more topic and then I'm going to give you a 10-minute break before we wrap up the rest of the session for the day. Great questions, great discussion. So the one other topic that's also a can of worms that we're not going to go far into, but I want to mention. Today we're talking about modifying these inputs. That is a process you do when you are tailoring the profile to still comply with the guidance that it's created for. So if I have a different sysadmin, that isn't changing whether I'm meeting the STIG requirements or not. If I have on my list of excluded users, I'm just providing that information, but I'm still complying to the STIG. If, however, my requirements, like I think I was talking to Christopher about this yesterday, about like, oh, I have a different set of requirements than, exactly what the STIG says. And, perhaps my organization doesn't need to run this control, or my organization needs this extra control, or my organization says this for our situation is going to be a high, not a low, or a low, not a high, those sorts of things. Then we would, instead of just modifying an input, we would create an overlay profile. This, we're not going to go into the examples of this today, but this is a wrapper profile that tells the dependent profile, run the dependent profile, but add this control, subtract this control, change this control, and so on and so forth. So I just want to give you that highlight. We don't have a lot of time to go into it. When we come back from the break, we're going to run our results with our inputs, visualize the results, and then harden and compare the final results. So
Can I ask a real quick question about overlays? Sorry. So like, if there's like if a target is a high value asset, CISA has a different overlay for that, right? There's basically more controls. Is that where you would pick those up then? Or if there's a privacy overlay, there's more controls that need to be evaluated.
Yeah, it's that same kind of concept, and we have the ability to incorporate those types of business processes.
Okay, do you have predefined ones for like CISA's high value asset or something like that?
Not yet, but I've been talking with Gene Fiery to say, hey, our CISA work and all that, right? We need to kind of work in that. Kind of get away from this RIGO stuff, which doesn't really have the maturity of language, right, to be able to do these more complicated workflows. So let's maybe do a parallel effort where it makes more sense to use this testing language versus that one. Let's go actually implement these. Also gets us into the concepts of how do we make all the micro stigs for the AWS environment, and then take our tailored overlays for each of the system baseline profiles, build those out, right? We've got lots of working examples for that. Fundamentally, as a PL, MITRE PL, need to find the right work streams to plug all that into, right? To then be able to go execute on it, right? I know how I would execute on it, right? I just need to find the right charge codes and teams working that issue to get them trained up, moving, and going forward. So
okay, yeah, the reason I asked is I was helping TSA. MITRE's, that contract ended. MITRE's not doing that work anymore, but we were helping them define develop a new system, and it was going to be a high value asset. And so, you talked earlier about defining failures. Well, it needs the high value overlay. And if you define those as, we know it's not there, but if they run it, it's going to fail on all the HVA stuff because they haven't implemented it. And I guess I could go through the inputs, make a new input with all that stuff in it.
Yeah, you could.
It does seem kind of a pain in the butt because the overlays, HVA overlay is pretty standard thing,
Yeah, there's a couple different ways you've done it. When we did this for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, where they had the same type of a concept of 3 different variants of their control selection baseline, low, moderate, and then you had 3 variants on top of that. So now you have a 6x6 matrix, right? And that kind of thing. We found a fairly effective way to be able to not only define the high, moderate, low plus HVA variant, right? But we did it by tailoring in and tailoring out. In other words, saying, nope, you don't need to run this control because it's part of this requirement. It's not part of that baseline. Don't load it. So when you run the tests, only load the tests that you actually need to run and then execute those, right? So they don't fail because they're not in scope, right? Because they're not part of the moderate HVA baseline, right? And
okay.
Figured out a way to calculate that. So I only run the tests that I need to run that are in scope, right? For that matrix. So.
Yeah, if there was a way to do like the basic Red Hat STIG, let's say Red Hat 8 STIG plus the HVA.
Yeah.
Because usually HVA is in addition to some of the controls, they do change values for them. But in most cases, it's an additional NIST 853 control that you have to implement.
Right. And this is where Emily was talking about the concepts of, so we have 2 terms we use, one called overlay, where we have a base and then I modify that base, right? Think of it as a hierarchical chain, high to low, or a grandparent to child to grandchild, right? Or we have a wrapper, which is where we say, hey, I want to run this profile and then this one and then that one, right? So think of it as wide. We call that wrapper.
Okay.
We had to pick a term, right? So it's like, but I'm either doing vertical or horizontal, right? And to distinguish what we're talking about when, and then you can do a combination of that. So that low, moderate, high plus HVA, that matrix was a combination of both vertical and horizontal modification, right? So
Okay, good. All right. That answers it. I'm gonna run upstairs real quick. Thanks, Aaron.
Roger. So we're gonna have to roll over some of the user class into a little bit of tomorrow morning, huh?
How much time do we expect the remaining content to take?
Well, I mean, we've got to do the, SAF, CLI, convert, and, all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Which I don't think we're gonna get to, in an hour and a half, because we're gonna do hardening, then we're gonna do Heimdall, then we're gonna, I mean, maybe we'll get to it, but, I would almost prefer engagement and collaboration over being hard locked to any, an extra 10 or 15 here or there, right? With good engagement is better than we stayed on schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back.
Hey, Aaron, are you around?
He just said, I'll be back.
Oh, okay. I was gonna let him talk the details of Kevin's question about making edits or comments to checklists in Heimdall. Correct me if I'm wrong, Will, but that's still a almost, not quite. All right, if you're there, Will, you're on mute.
My bad. Yes. I think we have some stuff on the roadmap to allow us to actually manipulate data with Heimdall, but right now it is intended for normalizing data and visualizing it. We don't use it to track work, so to speak.
Kevin, send us a message after about that. We have some work that's active, and my understanding is it's not super far from the finish line. So
yeah, we had an integration with actually Lockheed Martin asked the same question and decided to build out their own application built on top of Heimdall that would help them do that kind of work for actually like tracking updates and changes to the findings in their scans.
So I didn't tell you this at the beginning of the day, but it is typical that my first break is 15 minutes and my second one is 10. So hopefully you're back. Awesome. I would love some thumbs up. One thumbs up. Okay. Here we have a few. Man, Benjamin's he's really on the Apple kick. I love it. Our numbers are fewer. Thumbs up. Growing little by little. Cool. Okay. I'm feeling more confident of the list here. Okay, folks, we have somewhat of a whirlwind to the last section of the day before you get a break of us until tomorrow. So bear with me. We're gonna do a lot. Moving on to section 8, running inspect. So you already ran inspect once. We're gonna run it again. Now we're gonna change. This is, excuse me, a tidbit. We can talk about another time. Here we're talking about forming the inspect command with that formula like I talked about earlier, and we already discussed this. The changes here compared to what we did earlier is that our -- reporter flag is going to have the output to the CLI and to a JSON file in this location. That's where I'm putting it. That's where I think you should put it so that everybody has the same thing. Also, we're going to add the -- input file flag, and we're going to add our modified inputs to this run. Lucky for you, I gave you the answers. So here's what it looks like if it's all put together, and you can, again, try to copy with the little button or copy it on your own. And we're going to go back over to our code spaces. I'm pausing. If you are trying to run inspect on your own for a different use case, always feel free to come back and reference this training material for syntax or examples if you are not sure. So let's go back to our code spaces where we have our inputs.yaml file set up here. And I'm gonna make it a little bigger. In our terminal at the bottom, yeah, you may have to restart your code space again. It probably did time out. So I'm gonna run this and show you, but if you need a minute, that's okay. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that again. Like one more time, I'm just gonna say inspect exec. Oh, it's gonna start. The profile, which we're taking off of GitHub. If you had it locally, you could put your file path. Our Docker container that we are targeting, We are adding our dash dash input file that is pointing to the inputs.yaml file we just created. This also is like would need a relative or absolute path if you either way. If it's right now, we are located in the same folder as it. If you put it somewhere else, you need to point it to the path of that thing. And then we had the reporter that gave us the CLI output. And if you look at my little Explorer tab now, I can check out over here and see that I have my results.json in a JSON file. It looks funny, but here it is. I'm gonna say here, if any of you are on a GFE that does not allow you to download, I'm gonna give you a separate instruction. However, for most of you, I want you to right-click this file and I want you to download it. Mine, I've downloaded lots of these and I didn't delete them, so mine just gave me the 2, but that's what we're looking at, is just download it into your downloads. Or put it somewhere, save it to desktop. It doesn't matter where you save it. I just want you to save it somewhere so you have local access to it. We can therefore put it in Heimdall with our local files by doing this. You could also upload things to Heimdall differently, like for example, via API, but we're not going to practice that in this class. So right now we're just going to download it and upload it locally. If you cannot download because you have restrictions on a government computer or something, another way you could do it is you could copy the content and save it in a file. That's a .json file. Give me a thumbs up if you are where I am. I understand we might have a little delay from restarting code spaces, so that's why I'm checking.
Emily, you have to be careful there. I almost made a dad joke. I mean, come on.
I don't know what it was going to be, so.
I'm in my basement. I don't know where you are.
True. You're right.
I don't have that file.
Okay.
It's missing.
In this section 7, the section before that, it gives instructions on making it. So right here in 7.2, it tells you to copy this content here and then make a file. You can click this plus button and copy the content into that file.
Yeah, I did this part. The last one you said to download, to click right on it. I don't know which one is.
Okay, it's under the results folder. Did you run inspect?
Yes.
And did you run the -- reporter with the JSON?
No, I don't have this one.
That's a
I
great,
miss it.
Malik, thank you. Thank you for that example, because that's a great thing to point out because it might happen to you. So in your, regular use cases, if you're like, I didn't get this file out, you should go back and look at your command because you need to make sure you gave it a reporter option to output and put in a file.
True.
Good.
Thank you.
Call.
Thank you.
Yep. Good question. Any other questions or issues? Cool. This is the fun part. We're gonna go. Oh, I was like, didn't we just do that? Okay, section 8. Let me go back. So we just ran the command. We got some stuff in the output. We just saved the results to the file and we downloaded it. There's some tidbits here if you want to learn more about the different reporter options. There's a whole bunch of them. we don't really care about those other ones right now, but if you're interested, you can look more. And now we're going to section 9. This is visualize. So we're going to talk about normalize in a few minutes, but right now we're going to visualize the data that we have. We don't have to normalize it because inspect already outputs results that are in OHDF format. So we already have that. That's our JSON file. So we're going to go to our Heimdall link. Yes, Diana, you can copy and paste into a text editor and just save it as a JSON file. I don't know if you can save a Word doc as a JSON file. So maybe open it like Notepad, something like that. Copy the content and save it in a file.
Yeah, no. I mean, Word's going to put a whole bunch of crap in there. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it in Word.
Text file.
Do it in some text file like I would open Notepad or Notepad++. You probably have it on your machine. Let me know if you don't. Awesome. Good note, Tom. Okay, let me send you this link. So this is kind of a preview of what Heimdall looks like. We're going to upload. I'm just going to show you. If you were going to reference this later or taking this by yourself, you could follow the pictures, but I'm going to show you. So I load, so go to this web page with me, Heimdall, and then this first modal will ask you to upload files. If you don't see what I'm seeing, go to this left side and check that you're on the local files section. So this top one, local files. Then I'm going to click this button, choose files to upload. And I'm in my downloads. And this is my most recent file I just downloaded. Yours will be named that without the 2. And then I'm going to upload this and I see my information about my results. There's some high level information about different statuses. There's a tree map, and then there's some data that shows more specific information about each control, including even the code if you want to see the code, the details, the test results, and so on. I'm only giving you a high level because I think you know me by now. I'm gonna quiz you. So once you have this loaded, take a look at your results and try to find some of the answers here.
Has anybody not been able to do this yet?
Yeah, if you have any issues, please speak up now.
Yes.
What's going on?
From the JSON file, I'm not following.
Say it again?
From the JSON file, you just run with inspect. The profile you add on it with JSON.
So if you go, so you know, if you go to this section 8, section 8.2, this line here is exactly what you need to run. So if you copy this one, it's exactly what you need to run. And then at the end here, it shows exactly what that
great.
is that you need. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm going to end this poll real quick. And we're going to redo it in just a second because we need to update a couple things on here. Will, do you mind helping me with that real quick?
Sure.
That'll give people a chance to run it and download the new file and all that. So good.
I added on the 4th question. Did the other questions change?
Yes.
Whoops. All right.
I think Will didn't pass the quiz, but no, I'm just kidding.
Clearly.
Yeah, I have the responses I'd like you to put in there.
Yeah, Rick, if you want to screen share quick, and then maybe we can help you see what you're seeing. I'm not sure what you navigate to where to be in Heimdall means.
Yeah, so Rick, can you actually maybe just help us with your question first? Maybe come off mute if you have that. Okay, no mic. Yeah, so if you go to this website, okay, great. Awesome. And the reason I wasn't going to have you screen share right away also is because I want people to try to explore it on their own first. So, and Will, just let me know when you're ready for this poll. Oh,
I've done so.
great, thank you. Let me check this. Okay, so I think, can you do it? Because I think the poll I'm seeing is still the same. So
Okay.
yeah, no worries, Rick. That's fine.
So Rick, you'll want to be on the machine where you're doing the lab for convenience.
Yeah, sometimes people do on two different machines.
You'll want to load Heimdall on the machine. You'll want to open the browser on the machine you're doing the lab in and open Heimdall.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Will, I'm still seeing the wrong answers in here.
Okay.
Did you update 1 and 2?
I did update 1 and 2, yeah.
Can you just make a new poll?
Sure.
Sorry.
That's fine. Bear with me.
Thanks, Brian. This is what happens when only one person is allowed Zoom privileges to create and edit polls. So I don't know why Zoom has that. Co-hosts, we can launch polls, but I can't edit polls as a co-host, and Will is the host. So that's something we should take up to the Zoom people.
So, all right. So Rick, you said Heimdall's open now, and you need to get to the loading modal. So the loading modal should be up, and then on the left-hand side of the modal, there should be some tabs, which you can click. You want to make sure to go to the local files. Okay, and then once you're on the local files, then you can click choose file to upload, and this assumes that you've downloaded the JSON file to your desktop by right-clicking on it in the code space and saying download.
And Will, whenever you have that done, just you can launch it again, because for some reason it's just not showing up for me.
Yep, I am typing as fast as I can.
Okay. Thanks.
See, Rick, were you able to right-click on the JSON file that was created and click download and download it to your desktop?
Yes, I did on my side.
Okay.
Brian's already in Christmas mood. Day after Halloween.
Let's see. Rick, are you saying
Department stores are as well.
True. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there, Aaron.
Yeah, we have a lot of crosstalk, so I'm getting confused in terms of where Rick is at. So Rick,
Yeah.
you're open Heimdall on the machine that has your lab. You're able to.
Yes, you go to the documents page and then go can you navigate to your downloads from there, Rick? You should see your file folders for what you choose to upload. So I'm on a Mac, so it looks a little different. But if you're on Windows or something, but if I choose files to upload, just like you were doing, your file folder, if you find your download section, and then click the folder you downloaded, or the file, sorry. Okay, the poll is open, folks.
Those are the correct values?
Yeah, those are the ones I have.
Great.
Did you download it, Rick? From your code spaces? In your code space, you had to download the file. So here, in my results, yeah, you have to download it. So I right click this file, download. Once you do that, you'll be able to see it when you're back in Heimdall trying to upload.
Yeah, so go ahead and click download, show the modal, the screen modal will come up, right? It'll say, hey, where I downloaded it. You can
So
probably
mine says, here I could open this file. Well, I'm not gonna open it. So it's, then if I do that, I confirmed it, downloaded, and then I go back to Heimdall. And I click load. Okay, great, it's got it.
Hey, Emily, in the tree map,
Yep.
there's the more solid line, like the demarcation area for various controls.
Yeah, also if you click on them, you
Mhm.
can find out more.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, we've talked as a team about making that line thicker.
Yeah, or maybe just a dotted line itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could round the corners of each of the families.
Yeah, something visually, right?
Yeah. But we'd have to look at what we get. Well, this is why we wanted to refactor this.
Mhm. I don't know if
we plan to make the recordings available.
But will we be able to make them available today?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, we can give you the raws, right? But
Yeah, we could give you a raw recording today, so we could email that out, but also you can try it. And I'm interested in feedback on this too, but you can go along the content. It's built so that it can be self-directed. So it's nice when you have an instructor and people to learn with, but if you try to follow along, you should be able to catch up to where we are as well. So we can also.
Oh, okay. So from section 6, I know before leaving, I did run inspect.
Yeah.
And then just follow the rest of the. Okay.
Yep. If you follow the instructions, and you can email us if you have any questions.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna give you 1 more minute on the poll. Yes, we did run that command before lunch. After lunch, we added, we changed the reporter to include a file where we saved the results. So that's in section 8. You can copy that command, and if you scroll to the right on the command, it'll show you the full thing and it'll show that additional piece.
Oh, okay, all right. I did kind of notice it, and it's like, so there was
Yeah.
not much,
Not
like
much
other than
different.
reporter. Okay. all
Oh,
right.
the other thing we changed is we added an inputs file in that. So you do want to go
Oh.
to section 7 and add
7,
it.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Looks like we still have some people thinking, but try to finish off and guess as best you can if you're not quite sure, because we're going to wrap up the poll in a few seconds. Last guesses. 3, 2, 1. Okay. People at the end put in their answer.
Pencils down.
Pencils down. Okay. So I want to kind of navigate through some of this. What is the overall compliance? I didn't want to put the full number because I wanted it to be of the similar format of other things. So the overall compliance is 46.77%, which in the answer I put as 47. And you can see that level here. This little thing will change color depending on the level of compliance. And then the next question of what is the total control count? This is a little bit, sometimes creates a little bit of confusion, but the total count is 89. If you filter, that count here goes away. And so what I want to show, it changes to the number that you filtered. So what I want to show you is that you can also find the total control count if you click on this top file information. And this number is always going to be right there. So it doesn't matter if you have things filtered, doesn't matter if you've loaded a bunch of different results at one time. You can find the filter, or you can find the number, the control count for a particular file or results file, always in its results information. The other thing I want to mention here is that this gives you some profile info, this metadata, and I really want you to watch this because this will be really important when you are tailoring inputs and making sure you tailor them how you wanted to and the results are what you wanted. When you click inputs, this tells you at the time you ran this profile, what were all the values of these inputs. This means if I modified, like let's go right back to what I had modified. In my inputs.yaml file, I modified the key file path to be etc ssl nginx self-signed.pem. If I go to the key file path here, I get etc ssl nginx self-signed.pem. That's the value I tailored in my file, okay? The rest of them, the ones that I didn't set, they're gonna all be default values, okay? But this all gives you the information. What were the inputs set to when I ran this profile? And I just want everyone to know that so you can access that and you can know what was the state. It's if you click on this top gray box, it says file info here. Just click anywhere in this gray box at the top. It gives you the profile info, and then on the right, it gives you the inputs. I think it's really useful to reference that.
Is that a new feature? to Heimdall, or has that always been there?
It's always been there. It's just a lot of times people don't know to click this here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking. I was like, I've never noticed that before. Good
Uh,
stuff though.
Yeah. One thing I've requested from the team or put an issue for it, I'll show you in a minute. I think it'd be cool if our comparison view also showed a change in inputs, but I don't think we do that right now. Anyway, so right now we just have to see it up here. Cool. So far, so good. We covered the first two. First one was 47. Second one was 89. Another thing, where did I want to say? Another thing I want to mention is this 161 right here. It says 73 individual checks passed, 88 failed out of 161 total checks. So we have 89 controls. However, in one control, there may be multiple logical checks because maybe the file says check, or maybe the control says check that these 3 files have these settings, or check that this and this, is set to whatever. That might be multiple checks. So that this number 161 is that number. 89 is the number that's going to be in your STIG or your CIS benchmark or whatever. But 161 is if there are sub checks in each control. Okay, well, that's inconvenient right now. Okay, so the question, any questions on those two so far, or anything I just mentioned?
So a couple of the students in the chat are asking about, like filtering and the clickable filtering and stuff like that. So if you could just maybe go through a little bit of that show and tell with.
Yes. Yeah. So I am about to show that in the next question for number 3. So I was talking about why is control V41670 failing? So one thing I want to show is I can filter on just one state. So I could filter just on the failed tests, and then I see only the information on my failed tests. So that's one way I can filter. Or I could filter on my status, and then I could filter to, these are the medium pass. I can do multiple filters, and you see at the top, this will put in the top what my filter is set to right now. So I'm set to filter on both medium severity and past status. And when I want to, I can clear all of my filters and get back to 0. I can also
100% compliance there. You should have taken a screenshot of that and sent it to the system.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So the other thing is I can put in my own text here to filter. So if I just want to go straight to this one, I know exactly what I'm looking for. I can filter just to, some
Well, if you delete a few of those characters, Emily, I want folks to notice something here, right? So V416, right? So all the requirements that start with 416, right? You see how Heimdall is being reactive to the fact it's finding all the controls with that identifier.
So 41609, 41611, so on and so forth.
Right. So it's very reactive.
The other thing I could do is if I know I'm looking at something that's talking about passwords, I can just search for password and then I can go look for that and so on and so forth. But the question here was asking about why is this control failing? So I'm going to go in here, and what I want to do is I want to expand this. So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. This is one control and it has several checks, and that's what adds up to be that 161 number. So even though all of these checks passed, we had one check fail because this, file owner is fine, and this, group is fine, and all these different things it's checking were fine. However, it says that this file is expected not to be more permissive than 0750, and it failed, meaning it was more permissive than 0750. So the last answer on the third question is the correct answer. So this one is one of those that's like, oh, the teacher is providing tricky language. And I know I was doing that, but the problem here is that the file is more permissive than 0750. And as a developer or as somebody, as an assessor, whoever is going to go in and look at this, they can look at that and say, okay, that's what we need to change then. We need to change the permissions of that file to be less permissive than that. And if you're interested, you could see in here, what does it suggest you do in the fixed text? This one doesn't give you an exact command. Sometimes you get the exact command and you can just reference it right there. And then, like I said, if you're ever interested, that you can check what the code is doing as well right there. So earlier, Brian asked, where can I see the profile that I'm running for inspect? And I said, you can just go to where you told inspect it is. You also can see a lot of that data in the results itself. So that's something I wanted to share. And lastly, go ahead.
There was another question in chat. They said, is there a way to manually modify the Heimdall display outputs? I'm not sure what you mean by manually modify.
I was just wondering, like, sometimes when we're working with our ISSO or ISSM folks, there's some things they kind of like ominous, like, okay, it's a critical, but we're going to like downgrade it to a medium or whatever, because it's something you can't really affect because maybe it's a third party application that we have to use or something. I'm just wondering, like every time we run against that target, is there any way to like make it not show the same errors? Like if those are things you've worked through in the past, you know what I mean? If that makes any sense, maybe it's a stupid question.
No, not a stupid question.
No. We're currently working with Lockheed Martin on integrating some of those kinds of capabilities into Heimdall. It's not there directly, but adding that kind of workflow in terms of what you would call adjudication of results over time, we're working with them to kind of integrate those types of capabilities in.
Similarly, yeah, similarly, but not exactly the same. Like I was mentioning earlier, but we didn't go into is overlays. So if you know that your requirements are a little different, you could write an overlay that every time you run it, it's going to modify, it's going to check it differently because you told it to. And then another thing that we're going to preview probably tomorrow, if we have time for it, is manual attestations if you have something that's not reviewed. So it's a little different, but it's another way where you can kind of add information to the data.
Yeah, and Emily brings up a good point. If you're continuously running the same scans and your assessor basically said, for this particular requirement or control, I'm going to downcast that to a moderate, right? You could actually just do that in the overlay and modify the impact and then provide a justification, as per agreement with the CISO, I'm, making this from a high to a moderate or a moderate to a low or whatnot, right? So yeah, there are multiple different kinds of patterns, where we adjust the data and how we're testing, right? Because it's those testable agreements, right? That's really what you're talking about. You made an agreement. How do I codify that agreement, right? And reuse it.
Can we show an example of an overlay really quick, just so people have context for what I'm saying? Aaron, what might be a good example?
I'm sorry, say again, please.
What might be a good example if I want to show an overlay? Can I show like a CMS ARS overlay?
Let's see.
Just so people have an idea of what that actually looks like. I have one up, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. We also have some of the AWS RDS overlays.
Yeah, that's true.
Which actually might be, a little clearer.
Oops. Yeah, let me show you real quick, just because I think that's going to answer some. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's going to answer more questions. So back to the staff site, libraries, validate. I think you're going to know how to do that for sure by the time we're done with this. because I think you'll just, okay, databases. So, AWS RDS, let's do maybe this one. So this looks like a inspect profile, the same as what you were seeing before. But when I click the inspect.yaml file, it lists this depend section, and it says that I am depending on a dependent profile. This is like a parent profile. It's going to run all of the controls from that dependent profile. However, it's going to modify certain things. So in this case, it's going to modify some of those input values, which we do in this inspect.yaml. We can go into more of that type of detail. And then we don't have listed here, but sometimes another thing we do in an overlay is we add a control, or we modify a control, or we might say we want to skip and not run a particular control.
Yeah, so in this example, Emily, you also have your sensitive and required example that you said you did, or so.
Yeah.
Look like, the super users, password stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I can avoid this.
Just click I understand. I don't think they're gonna, you didn't click the update.
I'm not sure if it's going to take me. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, then defer for 1 day.
Okay.
There you go.
So yeah, so that I just wanted to show you what that looks like to give you more of an understanding. But anyway, I'm going to go back to where we
You
just
didn't
were.
actually show the control file.
Oh yeah, I should do that. Hold on. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to show. Do you want to talk to this example, Aaron?
Sure. So there's two ways that inspect handles what we call overlaying or dependent profiles. So there's a require controls and there's an include controls. So they're basically the whitelist or the blacklist methodology of how do I include things from some dependency. So include controls is a load everything. So so load everything from the crunchy data Postgres Stig baseline, right? So load everything from the root Stig, right? But in my case, right, I'm going to make some modifications, right? For this particular requirement, I'm going to modify how I'm doing the test, because on AWS RDS, because it's a cloud hosted database, not a physical machine database, I have to change how I do something, right? In another requirement, because it's an AWS RDS, this requirement needs to be manually verified. And in the next example, we say, hey, this next requirement, it's actually out of scope because this control is managed by the cloud service provider, and I'm setting it as not applicable, impact 0, right, etc. So this is how I can tailor or make overlays for basic STIGs, but change kind of the scope of evaluation, as my assessor would put it, right, for a particular deployment scenario, right? And you could do this, multiple times, right? So I could do an AWS RDS overlay, and then my team who's using some stuff in AWS RDS, they deploy an app and they have to modify a few more things in the database, make a few more changes. They could depend, right, on my overlay, right? So now I have 3 levels of chaining, right? But I'm continuously refining the testing requirements relative to the deployment and the operational scenario, right? So I guess if you scroll down, I'm not sure if there's any other examples where so again, changing how we implement the test, more non-applicability because the cloud service provider handles particular things, large modification of the test because I have to completely change how I'm going to validate that implementation, all that kind of thing. But you see the basic pattern here. It's like I'm either going to change how I'm testing. I'm going to say that it's outside the scope because of a particular agreed upon reason, right? Or I'm going to just remove the requirement completely.
Yeah, so hopefully that gave an overview. I just wanted to make it a little more tangible. But we aren't going to create an overlay at all today. So just to
Right.
get
So to kind of go back to a concept that we were talking about earlier when somebody was talking about high value assets and then various controls, right? So as you could imagine, right, I could make a low, moderate, and high overlay, right? And then I could utilize environment variables to actually further refine what's included or not included in my overlay profile, depending on, so I'm an is this HVA or not, right? Is it a high, or not, right? And I could fairly dynamic about what I'm loading and how I'm loading things, because at the end of the day, this is, again, just Ruby, right? So I can be pretty powerful in terms of how I define those things. So it's more of an advanced topic, but hopefully that gives you enough of a preview for kind of the level of detail you can get to.
So the last thing we were going to cover in our poll was about the tree map. And the thing I wanted you to be able to note here by doing this little quiz is that you can get in and out of these sections to find out more information. So then I can go backwards like this. So the answers are that we had it in the AC group. We also, the AP one is nothing. So that was not there. We had it in, I know the borders aren't super big, but I wanted you to see it. You can go in and out. So we had AU, and I was asking about the failures specifically. So if I filter, then I can see that too. So I had it in AU, I had it in CM, I had it in SI, and in SC. So that was the answer to the poll. Any questions from the poll or about what you saw in Heimdall so far? Cool, because now we're going to do some fun stuff. And also,
we had one other question, Emily, that I wanted to make sure we addressed. A couple of people had asked, how do you filter by control family? So I wanted to just click on the tree map generally and say, hey, if I want to look at just all of AC, hey, great. Now here's all of AC. If I want to look at AC6 or whatever, because AC6 is the nice catch-all control.
here.
Yeah. There's only one for AC6, right? But as you can see, it's fairly reactive. And if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll be able to see that the data table, when you filter on a control family,
like this.
yeah, so you can see we've got multiple different kinds of ACs, but then when I click on, AC3 or whatever.
Or 10, because that's what just came up. Oh, now I have this. So also, I'm assuming you could click it here. Or no, that actually takes you to the thing. That's great. I didn't know that. Cool. Any other questions? I think we're going to have just enough time to do the hardening. So if for reference, here are your answers. And then I also had here about how you can see the information about the inputs. So for reference, Brian, if you ever forget, it's in here. Moving on to section 10. So we skipped around. We went plan, validate, visualize. I didn't tell you I was going to do it in order, but we're going to go back to harden. So now that we saw the results of our validate of vanilla, we're going to go and fix a lot of them. So if you go to the SAP page, we already saw where the hardening library is, and you can peruse these and figure out what script makes sense for you and all that sort of thing. I've done some prep work for you so that this works well. But what we're going to do is copy from 10.2. We're going to copy this line and we're going to run a hardening Nginx setup script, which is just getting us some dependencies that prepares us for hardening the container. So I just wanted to make this a little bit of a pre-baked pie, so I gave you some prep in this script. For example, I'm downloading Python that Ansible wants to be able to run its thing. I'm locally downloading the repo because it was convenient, things like that. So run the script from 10.2 in your code spaces. And then when it's finished, it should look like this. I want you to, when it's done, I want you to double check if you're in the correct file location. So the bottom should, in the blue, it should give you workspaces, the name of your repository, so SAF training lab environment. And then I am now inside the folder for the Ansible playbook. So Ansible Nginx Dig Ready Hardening. So that's where you should be when you are done with the script. If you're not there, then I put it here. You can just do CD into Ansible Nginx Dig Ready Hardening if it didn't send you there. Okay, any issues, questions? Cool. I am now going to run this command. So you can copy this one. I keep forgetting I can use my copy button. So this is the command to run the Ansible playbook. This is going to change my configuration of my Docker container as specified in this particular Ansible playbook.
This is Kevin.
Yeah.
When I try to run that command, I'm getting an error, says I couldn't locate the Python package. It does go to a new location though after it runs, but I don't think it ran where it's supposed to.
Can you check, Kevin, in your script hardening Nginx setup? Can you open this for me and tell me if this says Python 3 here?
It says Python 3.9.
I think you didn't sync your port, my man, but
Oh.
it's okay. It's okay. Just delete the 0.9.
Okay, and run it again.
Save it
Okay.
and run it again.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So the results will look something like this. I had it say, okay, 38, change 35. I don't know. Yours should probably be the same. So any questions? We are using Ansible, yes.
And just a quick question. How do I go back one level of my file where I'm running the command from? Because I'm in the new CD. Okay, that's all. Okay.
CD space ... Got
it. Thank you.
So you want to run it from, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I understand why you did that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's running now. Looks like it's better.
Perfect. Awesome. Let us know if you have any issues, Kevin. Anyone else have any issues, comments, questions? Give me a thumbs up if you are at this point.
Yeah, no, this is we're kind of operating as developers here, right? You know, a lot of times, you know, folks will have gone through this hardening process, then they'll go save that modified container as a new container, call it hardened, version it, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff, and then you run the hardened container, and so all that would be part of the larger process, right? But this is kind of getting us to a known and understood state.
Yeah, we just want to be able to kind of sample what it looks like to change, to harden this and update it. I'm going to, it looks like we have a lot of thumbs up. If you have any issues, please post in the chat or come off mute. And what I want to do is I want to go run it again, right? We want to compare our results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change, right now I told you you're in this Ansible directory. I'm going to change directories back one. So you can actually just do cd space ... like I just told Kevin. Or you can do the thing that was just told. Hey, Johnny, go check your hardening nginx setup.sh script and tell me if it says Python 3 or Python 3.9. It should just say Python 3.
Yeah, it just says Python 3.
Okay. And then it says, we had this yesterday. What did I do? So one thing that was happening to me yesterday when I was getting this error was something that I already changed in this repo. And if you're cloning it, it should. Can you go? Let me just ask this question too then. Can you, all who are having this issue, can you go open on the file explorer? Can you go Ansible nginx dig ready, open that file? That folder, and then go under vars and open the docker.vars.yaml. And then check if this says Python 3. Anthony, are you saying yes, that it says, oh, okay, it does say Python 3? That was my issue yesterday. So, interesting. Kevin, I think you might not be in the, Kevin, are you in the Ansible directory?
Yeah, I'm in the Ansible nginx dig ready hardening folder directory.
Okay.
I did notice, however, though, the last line after I ran the hardening script, it said fatal destination path already exists and is not empty. So I'm not sure if it didn't copy originally everything.
That sounds like, yeah, that sounds like it didn't clone correctly. And fatal would mean that it stops.
It stopped, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would delete that directory completely and
Yeah.
try that again.
All right.
And I would try that script again from the lab environment directory. I don't want to take too long, but did somebody, maybe Kevin, would you be able to share your screen so we can see real quick what you're seeing?
Sure. All right, let's see here. Let me know if that pops up.
Oh, that's so funny. I was thinking I didn't realize there were two Kevins here. So I'm glad one of you knew and not. I don't see your screen.
Oh, let me. Is there anything popping? Oh, maybe I gotta do this. That's my help. There. Here, that's what I'm getting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why don't you do RM space dash RF
RF.
dash RF
RF.
Space dash.
Oh, gotcha.
He's got to move up a directory first.
Oh yeah.
I got B.
So you're removing recursively this file contents. So
RF.
Yep. And then space ANS Ansible, and you can just tab and it should complete. Yep. And enter.
Okay.
And then try again.
Oh, wrong one.
Don't you want to do that? Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, no, so like it's going Wi-Fi. It's going, I don't know. Oh, done, it says. So
that was super fast.
that's super fast though.
Okay, try again. Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook. Wait.
Yeah, I'm really interested to why you're having to source that file and not executing it. But anyway,
I changed the directory and it's like it's a shell script and that's like creates a separate whatever.
You're going into a subshell. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Reading package list, dependency list, reading state data. Python 3 is already at the newest, fine. Python 3, 3.11, cloning into that.
It's like you don't have Ansible.
Does your setup script install Ansible?
I don't know. Can you let's check. I don't know if I thought that was there or if it does. No, it doesn't. I don't know why. I literally started a new code space. Like, I don't know why mine is fresh. Like, I don't know why it would be different.
Can you take a look at the hardening setup script in the editor?
The one that's orange that you have. Oh, also, okay. Sorry. You also, so this just isn't, it's not synced, I think, to the latest, which you can just put, that's not what I wanted. Why did this not copy everything? Hold on just a second. Yeah.
I did sync the code space when we back.
I don't know why it it didn't give you the latest, which is weird. I'm gonna send you a link because and then you need to put this in there instead.
Okay.
So
just copy in the chat, right?
For some reason it's not copying. Well, I guess I can just copy in the chat, but I can't do it from my code space because it's copying weirdly. So let's try this. Okay, put this in that script, and perhaps anyone else who's also having issues, try just replacing your script to make sure it's the same as mine. And then if you're trying to run it again, I also recommend you remove that Ansible Nginx Dig Ready hardening folder and then run the script. So, okay, Anthony says it's good. Cool. Perhaps that's going to, I don't know why. I thought that everybody's sync button would get the latest. I'll have to look into that. My understanding was different. So.
And that just replaces everything in here.
Yeah, just replace the whole thing with what I just sent. It's basically the same, but I don't want to, have issues. Yeah.
Right.
And then
go through and delete everything again.
Do a CD space ... And then remove RM-RF, yeah. And then the, yep,
I like the up arrow. So
yeah, up arrow is great. Up arrow and tab is
that looks better. Okay. Now it's looking like what I saw when you were doing it.
yeah, let's hope that this works. Folks, other folks, can you follow the same pattern and let us know if it works for you? Yay. Cool. That's so weird. I really thought that update would come through for everyone. So apologies for that. Yeah. Yep. That one.
There you go.
Brouhaha.
Yay. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna take over from you.
Sure. Take it.
Thank you for helping us out.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so awesome. Hopefully everybody's able to get to this state now. That was funny and not so fun, but that's okay. So now we're gonna change directories back to be in this directory. So make sure that's your path here or whatever yours is named. Again, you can cd ... if you're in the Ansible directory. And now we're going to rerun. And I want you to note here that you're copying pasting this new command because it's not exactly the same as the last one, because even though you have to scroll to see it, we're renaming this file to Nginx hardened results. So I want to give the files meaningful names. So I'm going to run inspec again. I just didn't do that correctly. It didn't copy, I think. Okay. Okay, so now, yes, I have my inspect command and I'm going to be writing this to Nginx hardened results. So this is the same process that we followed earlier. So if you were able to do it with the vanilla one, you should be able to do the same thing now with the hardened one. So we're just running the command. We're going to see the results come out to the terminal because I think that's nice. And then we're going to download that results file and load it into Heimdall. So
Right, so let's pause for just a second. Let those students that were having challenges let us know that everybody's caught up. I think they said everything's working, right?
mm-hmm. Any more questions or issues? I've got some thumbs up.
For those students that were having trouble, those are the types of situations where we really want you guys to raise your hand and say, hey, it's not working. It's not doing what I want it to do. Because we don't want you to have challenges or, feel like you're not keeping up or, because as you noticed, right, there were 7 other people that were all having the same problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
We run into these issues all the time when we're doing this stuff for real. So,
and yeah, that's the reality of it. And I wish I could tell you that, we would never run into anything like this during the class, but we always find something because it's different machines, different things. And we just have to, we have to be a team. We have to have some sort of developer mindset in a way and work through those kinds of challenges. So sometimes it's new problems, always learning. So I'm going to show you the next steps, but if you have any questions, you can interrupt me. So I ran my inspect scan that I copied the command from 11.1. Remember, I renamed the file to the Nginx hardened results in that command so that it didn't, if I've named it the same thing as my previous file name, it will overwrite that file if it already exists. So that's why you want to name it something meaningful and store it somewhere where you actually want it. So now I have both files here. If I hadn't renamed it, it would have just rewritten this file. So I want to download my Nginx hardened results. Remember to do that, because if you don't download it, you won't see it in Heimdall, like we were seeing earlier. So download it here because we're doing the local file upload. And that's in your results folder of your code space. And if I go back, hopefully you still have your Heimdall up, because I'd like your previous results to be there. If not, you can go to Heimdall again and load both of them. But I still have my first vanilla results, and I'm going to go to this top thing that will give me that loading. Yes. Rick, where are you right now? We need to pause for a moment. I don't want to go too fast. Let me just go back really quick to here. So if you, Rick, did you run your inspect test, your new inspect run? Okay. Do you see your results file here, the hardened one, Nginx hardened results? Awesome. So on there, you want to right click and you want to download that. Just like we did for the last time. Cool, download it. Then we're going to go back to Heimdall. So I'll send the link again, but hopefully you already have it up. If you already have it, I prefer you bring it up what you have, but either way it will work. If you already have something loaded like me, and I have my vanilla results, then I can click the load button in this top part here, which will send me to the same loading portal you would get to if you just opened Heimdall for the first time. So I get that loading portal, and I'm going to load a local file. Like I mentioned and previewed earlier, there are multiple ways to load results into Heimdall, including via API from your machine or from a pipeline, from other, from S3 bucket, Splunk, Tenable, so on. However, we are doing the local files. So we want to click local files. We're going to click our choose files to upload and upload what we have in our download file that we just downloaded from our code space. That's on our machine. Did you save your file as a JSON file, Rick? Does it say .json? It should be a .json. So go back to your inspect command and make sure you copied it correctly. So in 11.2, if you scroll all the way to the right, this needs to be nginx underbar hardened underbar results.json. To be honest, the name doesn't matter, but it does need to be .json because that's the file format that we use. So I would recommend you copy this line again and run it again in your code space, and then follow the pattern we were just doing to download. While you do that, I am going to show the rest of the class the next steps, and then we can go back to this. So, and feel free, Will or Aaron, to message with Rick if there's more questions as I show the next steps. So now I see I have, earlier we saw this was only one box up here, but now I have two boxes because I have two files loaded at the same time in Heimdall. And I have my vanilla results and my hardened results. Right now it shows me all the information in one place. However, if I go to this top left bar that has 3 lines, what people colloquially call the hamburger menu, you can click this top left button and see the two. Aaron, you might just want to copy paste the link or the command for him to. You see these two files here. If you had more files or even just these ones, I could select only the ones I want to see. And I can also remove them from my loaded portal. Or in this case, what I really want to do is I want to compare these two files and I want to see how they changed. So before and this is timestamped, so that's how it does it in order. Before I had 46.77 compliance, now I have 83.33 compliance. So these, I can look at all the controls, or I can look at only the ones that changed. And I can see in here that this one used to be failing, but now it's passing because now that file was less permissive than 0745750, like we were looking at earlier. So this kind of shows you that information, and you could load lots more of these. You could do your continuous ATO type process and watch this over time. Anyone? There's a question.
How did you show the severity results over time? The three at the
Yeah,
top.
I was going to do that. I thought somebody had a question. Did somebody come off mute?
Sorry, no, I think that was just me coughing. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so we have this view here, and then we have these two other tabs. So this will show, it's only 2 data points. So right now, it's not such an interesting graph, but you can tell that if you had, this over months of time, you would see how your compliance is changing. And we also have a graph to show how many failed tests you have by severity over time. So you could load in many more of these, but this is what we often find very useful to kind of track compliance over time. Are there any questions about this in the view that I'm showing you?
Well, did you scroll down and show them the delta between the two controls? And
Yeah, I did.
okay, sorry about that. Didn't see it. Anybody have any thoughts or questions on what they're seeing here?
Kevin, if you're finding a filtering issue, please, maybe let us know or write up an issue, because I think we need to look at that a little more in detail, and I want to try to wrap up mostly for the day in a couple minutes here. So
Thanks. Sorry, Emily.
yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Love the comparison view. My question is there a limit to the amount of input files you could load into Heimdall for comparison view, or just in general? Limited by the amount of data your browser can handle. So if you've got a big beefy laptop, it's got 32 gigs of RAM, go crazy.
I guess another potential limitation that I think would be less than that, I guess, or I don't know, would be like, actually, just kidding. That would be for the database one.
Well, I mean, it's the real limitation would be more functionality of the UX at scale.
Yeah.
Right. And we haven't really tried to go hog wild with like 1,000 of these over 8 months or whatever. We are looking at some of those types of concepts in kind of the next phase of Heimdall development work for, what we're calling the dashboard or enterprise view of some of these concepts. But normally the scope of evaluation, right, is bound, with some reasonable scope of interest, right, according to your AO, right? He wants something a vector.
Yeah, that's something. If people did find that like there was a certain number that's not working, that's something we would want feedback on too, and just to manage. But yeah, at this point we haven't like stress tested it. But I mean, I have loaded a lot more than 2, but I can't tell you how many I have loaded. But
yeah, SOCOM and CENTCOM have kind of pushed it to the limits. Let's see, what was the number they started seeing slowdowns on? I think it was 150,000 loaded data points. Don't think I ever get there, but that's good information though. Thanks. Well, we actually looked at the code and figured out where the problem was. So
one of our other coworkers right now is actually testing it so that we can go to 100, 100, a million, and 10 million, right? So
Nice.
I told him to basically say, make it stable up to 10 million.
I want to answer.
Yeah.
I want to answer the question in the chat real quick as far as the test results that are displayed. So this box up here says display only changed results. So right now, the only test results that come up in this area are the ones that were different between the vanilla and the hardened runs. So for example, we're not going to see any of these 10 not reviewed because nothing changed about those. That's why we have this number here. If I unclick this, now I see every control, and even if it was changed or not. So this one did change from one to the next. This one didn't, but now I can still view it and I see, oh, it was the same, nothing's changed. So that way, maybe if I'm looking at both results at the same time, but I want to review some controls that were changed and some that weren't, I can do that all in the same view. Does that answer your question, Stan? Cool. Anthony, go ahead.
So on the results comparison compliance UI, are you able to show a distinction across different security standards for like CIS benchmarks, statistics, so on and so forth? Just, comparing against different files to make sure you're comparing apples with apples.
I'm not exactly sure. So what would be the index point?
Well,
if I run the CIS benchmark against, this will work if I run the same profile against a target or the same targets, and I can compare that, right? Because what I'm using as what I'm currently using for this view, right? If you look at the table as the grouping point, right, is the test ID, right? The V number, right? In the CIS benchmark, this would be like, CIS foundations -1.2, ... or whatnot.
So this is actually an interesting challenge that I recently ran into because we were looking at a Nessus file and we were looking at inspect results file, which are testing similar things, and they were looking at similar controls with the same test IDs or control IDs rather. Like we had these V numbers and these SV numbers. However, the Nessus work was targeting everything from a V number perspective, and the inspect profile was looking at an SV. So even though they had overlapping information, their ID was different. And when we showed the difference, it didn't compare those things directly.
Yeah, that
would be an interesting thing. I think an interesting problem to consider for potential future development, although a challenging one. But
that's why I asked.
Right.
Yeah.
So in our inspect code, we actually have accounted for the mapping between V numbers and SV numbers.
Yeah, it is there.
Right. But what we can do is possibly look at expanding this particular view to tell it for this file, which index, for this file, which index, right?
Yeah.
And
so what I was going
to much like we do at the top right-hand corner.
Right.
You guys don't probably notice that jump out, but one of the things VMware asked us to add was change the sorting column and stuff like that. So
yeah, up here. So what I was going to mention though is that what I did in that situation, even though I didn't have the compare view, is I could go back to this regular view and I could at least look at two controls. So I could say, I'm interested in V416750. And when apparently I didn't do the right number here. I don't know. Let me just pick one that 40791. So when I filtered for this number on both that Nessus file and that inspect file, because the ID did exist in the inspect file, it just wasn't the one we were using as the test ID. I was able to filter and see both of them at the same time. So then it was easy for me to say, oh, okay, from Nessus it said it passed, and from inspect it said it failed, and I can look at that right here. So that is an option, and you can load in a bunch of things at the same time. I'm not going to go into much of it right now because we're at the end of time for today, but we will touch a little bit more on that as well. So That's an option if you have, for example, maybe you have a similar NIST tag in both results, or you have something that might show up, or even perhaps like password, rule, or like similar text. You might even be able to search that in this view, but we don't have it so that you can pick the ID for the comparison view.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mhm.
Good,
Any other
good thing
questions?
to write up as a feature requester issue though, please.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool.
Right. Then I can go think about it a little bit, and then I can go hand it to Will and Emily and say, okay, go really figure this out in code.
I know we're a little over time. I just want to make sure we answer some last questions and thoughts before we close out for the day. Awesome. Rick got it figured out. Anything else you want to share, Aaron and Will?
Well, no, just thank you everybody for your time and attention today. I think we got through a lot of really good stuff. I think we had some great conversation. I think we troubleshooted together. I'm feeling pretty good about where we landed.
And if I can, I think a lot of the time when folks take trainings like this, there's that sense of fear of, oh God, I need to have memorized like all 7 hours of this content. That's not what our goal is. Our goal is to expose you to this stuff so you get an idea of what the nuts and bolts of security automation actually look like. If you need to use this stuff inside your projects, we hope you understand how that would help you. And if you actually need to do it, we would love to help you implement this stuff. We're not just going to, throw you to the wolves. So don't worry if you don't feel like you could like reproduce this on your own from the drop.
One thing I wanted to mention as well. So we went through sections 1 through 11. If you attend to, everyone's able to be here tomorrow, we hope and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. If for some reason you have a conflict and can't attend tomorrow, I still wanted you to know in this section 16 next steps, I have a link to a survey. And this is specific to the content here under user class 1 through 16. So that's the context of this survey. If you don't have another, I just want you to know, I would like you to take this survey at some point. So please do, either now or tomorrow.
Copy.
Great. Okay, I think that's all we have for now. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. We'll be have a similar schedule, and if you do miss the survey too, I promise I will send you an email about it. So don't worry. But awesome. I think that's all we have for today, and yeah, we'll reconvene tomorrow. Sorry, Johnny, for the early start.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and see you tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.